everybody, welcome to another exciting stream and week on Bowtie Gaming 14. So today we're going to be starting off with some more festive baking. Sorry if it kind of seems like I'm a little sidetracked for a second. Tomorrow morning is when the Hamilton musical tickets go on sale for my local area, so like I'm trying to coordinate with my friends because they go on sale like 10 in the morning. We're just like, oh crap, because they did warn people in advance that this one might sell out, especially since we're trying to go on a Sunday. So I was like trying to get that situated right up until the start of the stream, but that's besides the point. So anyways, back to the baking. I'm just gonna get some stuff situated. I should be ready to go. Alrighty. Cool beans. Alright. So yeah, so kind of per the usual the last couple weeks, we're going to be doing some baking and then immediately followed by some Disney Dreamlight Valley in roughly an hour, so that'll kind of be the game plan for the day. So today we're going to be making red velvet crinkle cookies. What makes a crinkle cookies, you may ask? Well, essentially you're making like a red velvet like sugar cookie kind of cookie, but then you like kind of have a powdered sugar layer over it. So then when it bakes, you get like these cracks in it, so that's kind of where the aesthetic of it comes from. So that's kind of the gist on that. So that's kind of where I'm going to go with this for today. So let's see, let's get right into it then. Alright, so the first step is going to be preheating the oven to 350 Fahrenheit, which is what I did already. And then lining my baking sheets with parchment paper. Because I know some, it just specifies, but it doesn't matter. Hey Joe, welcome in, just starting things up. A minute or so ago, just kind of rambling on the fact that right before the stream started, I was like trying to get stuff coordinated with my friends because the Hamilton tickets go on sale in the morning and they are predicted to sell out pretty quickly, especially since we're trying to go on a Sunday. So I was like trying to get that coordinated with my friends, like because I just got off of work and everything, so I have that also going on. So it's like, okay, Hamilton, just get out of my mind for like 5 hours. But yeah, I was literally just starting up with getting parchment paper on the sheets. Yeah, I was going to say that was a lot of fun. I had seen like obviously the movie and then the video of the stage production just because a lot of people I was friends with in high school were like actually in the theater program and also in college. I just didn't because of shyness reasons. I mean, especially when it comes to singing. So, but I mean, like, I still liked it, but definitely not as much as them. So, like, I was definitely exposed to that a lot in those years. So, yeah, I was really excited to actually go see that show live. And yes, it was amazing. Holy crap. Like, the opening numbers blew me away, just not even counting everything else. I was just like, I was so hyped. But yeah, that's what I did on Sunday with one of my friends. Going with her and another friend to Hamilton, that's going to be like in April or May, we're trying to figure it out. To put in perspective, the two that I plan on going with are like, they really like Hamilton. I mean, I like Hamilton, but they're on another level. So I'm like, well, I'm excited for this, but I know they really want to go because it's the first time they've ever gone, so I get it. And we do not want a repeat of the Taylor Swift debacle, as I'm going to refer to it. I wasn't as, like, I didn't necessarily want to get tickets as badly as those two did, but my goodness, that was a crap show. At this point, I think once the regular tickets had gone on sale, I think the cheapest resales I saw were like in the 400s a piece. Yikes. So yeah, I know one of my friends is like super bummed about that, which I get it, which I know there's like lawsuits and everything afoot, but we'll see what happens. Honestly, I'm more pumped for the Ed Sheeran concert because I've actually never seen Ed Sheeran, and getting those tickets was way easier in comparison, and he's only going to be in the Twin Cities for one night as opposed to Taylor, who's going to be in there for 2, to put in perspective how nuts that whole situation is. So yeah, that's just, like, long story short, I'm trying to get Hamilton tickets in the morning. Alright. I know this is going to require 2 baking sheets, is why I'm getting it queued up for 2 sheets. Also, thanks for resubbing. I just Sorry, my brain's in a couple different places. Mainly not trying to cut myself while I'm trying to rip off parchment paper. Yeah, because, like, leading up to it, I heard, like, people just being like, I'm done with Taylor Swift, but I didn't realize how much of a debacle it was until I actually attempted to get tickets, because I thought those people had access to a pre-sale, and I'm like, I'll just get the regular sale tickets. No, by the time they got to that point, they were already sold out. Again, for 2 nights. That's the crazy part of that whole situation. Well, then, of course, I just laugh at that whole situation, too, because they're like, yeah, for the cheapest resale tickets, I can get a flight from MSP to DC for MagFest cheaper than that. That's how insane it is. Yeah, it's like, I could go to MagFest in general for cheaper than that. That's nuts. Alright, so that's done. Okay, so now it's time to start combining some ingredients. So for starters, we're going to take a stick of butter, or half a cup, in a bowl. A bowl. But I hope your weekend was good, Joe, and thanks for joining in. Yeah, I saw on your stream recap. I don't know if you had watched other people who had streamed Xenoblade, but my immediate Xeno 3, but my immediate thought was like, did I really skew his view count so that his second most popular game for watching on streams was Xeno 3? And then I looked back at how many hours I had streamed that game. It was 19 5 to 6 hour sessions. And that's not even counting whenever the DLC comes out, which I did look into it. It sounds like Wave 3 is getting added by the end of April, and then Wave 4 is getting added by the end of next year, so they're spacing it out from what I was able to figure out. Yeah, I was going to say, that was insane. I was just like, no, I didn't skew it that much, and then I'm like, well, yeah, that's like... Well, yeah, because 2 sessions would be like 10 hours. So 10. So yeah, I was gonna say I definitely hit like the 3 digits for that total playthrough. At least on cast, I didn't do too much stuff off stream, but still, that's just insane. Also, I was like checking my own stream recaps. Apparently, I was in like the top 5% in terms of people who streamed that game the most. I am not surprised, but it's still funny nonetheless. Alright, so now let's get some brown sugar in there. We need 3/4 of a cup of that. Let me grab my measuring stuff. There we go. Time to do the pack down method. Alright, 1. Yeah, and I guess especially for people who are watching the VOD, one thing I've slowly figured out as I made more and more red velvet things, the thing that makes it red velvet is cocoa powder. So basically you add the cocoa powder to your batter, and then you just add in food coloring of whatever you want. So like red in this case, but you could do like green velvet with that color, or blue velvet, or whatever color you want. Kind of funny figuring out the magic to whatever made it like that vibrant of a red color, and it's cocoa powder. Because I'll get to that eventually in the recipe, but I figured I'd mention that, but like firsthand, because I am making a red velvet recipe. Alright, so that's the brown sugar. Then we're adding the regular granulated sugar. Okay, so then I need half a cup of that. Grab my measuring knife. There we go. Okay, so yep, so we had those 3 ingredients together via mixer. So per usual, I'm going to temporarily mute the audio so that I don't blow your guys' eardrums out. So I'll be back in just a moment with that. Alright, and then I'm going to mix the rest of the way via hand just so that I can smush it down a bit. Yeah, one thing I forgot to specify is that your butter's supposed to be softened, because the consistency where your butter's supposed to be is very, very important, because sometimes you need it cold, sometimes you just need it softened but not melty, and sometimes you just need it as a liquid. So that is very important. So this, yeah, like I said, this time it just has to be softened, so I'm just going to get it so that it's a smooth consistency, or smooth enough. Because I know eventually we're adding some liquidy ingredients, including vanilla extract and eggs. Alright, so that's combined. Alright. Okay, so then what you're supposed to do next is you're supposed to add each egg one at a time. So basically I'll add an egg, beat that into the mixture, and then add the second egg, rinse and repeat, and then I'll move on to the next step. So I'll be back with the audio in just well, actually, now I'm going to crack the first egg, and then I'll mute the audio. Alright, there we go. Add the first egg, and then I'll pre-crack the second egg, just to have that queued up. Alright, there we go. Go ahead and wash my hands before I continue, because I touched egg. Boy, did I touch egg. Alright, there we go. Alright, then I'll be back in just a minute or so with the audio once I add the eggs. Alright, so now the egg's been combined, we can move on to the next portion of the next step. Alright, so let's see. So then after that, we add the vanilla and red food coloring. So we need 2 teaspoons of vanilla extract and half a teaspoon of red food coloring. So go ahead and grab the vials of that. I know my mom always does this too every holiday season, and I started doing this too. Basically, vanilla extract is in a lot of cookie recipes, so definitely getting a new, fresh, bigger bottle is going to be key, because you're just going to go through all of it if you're going to make cookies the entire month. Because this is just a standard size bottle. She gets like a big, almost cup size bottle because of how many sugar and other kinds of cookies she makes. You just go through it ridiculously quickly. I mean, this one alone takes 2 teaspoons for 2 dozen cookies. I know I needed at least 5 or 6 teaspoons for the entire month. And that's not even counting everything else. Then, of course, per usual, you gotta sniff the bottle to get that sweet, sweet vanilla smell, and then, of course, continue the tradition by smelling the bowl once it's added. Alright, so then I need a half a teaspoon of red food coloring. This is also an ingredient I needed a lot of just because it's that time of the year. Alright, here's the half teaspoon. And then naturally this is going to be dyed onto my fingers for a couple days, but it comes out. Just not immediately. Okay, so that's added. And then that gets mixed together, and then there's going to be another subset of things that gets mixed into another bowl, so I'll be back with the audio in just a moment once I get this mixed. Alright, so before I set that off to the side, I'm just going to show you the fun, colorful red batter. Ta-da! Alright, so now that that's done, we'll put that off to the side and grab the other bowl for the other ingredients. Make sure I keep that on. Okay, cool. Alright, so then the next step is going to be adding the flour, cocoa powder, baking powder, and salt. And then that will get combined with that, and then there'll be a few more steps afterwards, but this is kind of like the second set of ingredients that gets added. Alright, so let's start with the big boy. The flour. Hey Zach and Mocha Ben, just starting up. Okay, I've been going for a few minutes, but just kind of getting going with making the batter. Bowlception, so many bowls! I know we were starting the process last week, but we really gotta name those bowls. Because if I'm gonna do this many cooking and baking sessions, we had better come up with names for my stuff. Because it's just more fun that way. I'm not even joking. Down the line, when I get more emote slots, one of them is going to be a bowl. Just straight up. Probably gonna have Anais do it again because they did a good job with the bow pie emote. My day's going good though. I had started off my work week and that was pretty good. I was telling Joe about this before you came on. So, I mean, I like Hamilton, but my 2 friends I want to go with, they really, really like Hamilton. I cannot exaggerate it enough. I mean, they like it to varying levels. One of them, it's borderline, she really, really loves Hamilton. So, how that plays into things, you may ask? The tickets for my local area are going on sale in the morning for April/May. So, and we've heard that the tickets may sell out pretty quickly, especially if we're trying to go on a Sunday. So, I was trying to coordinate with them on when we're going to go, because we have, several options. So, we're we just have to have a game plan, because we do not want to get screwed out of tickets. So, that's kind of where I was at with that. Thanks for the raid, Nixie. Welcome into the baking stream. I'm making red velvet crinkle cookies. So, got it as like a red velvet kind of lump cookie, and then you put powdered sugar over it, and then you kind of can noticeably see the cracks in it, which is why it's called a crinkle cookie. So, right now I got the first half of the batter done. I'll kind of show it off again to get that nice red color. Ooh. So then, kind of where I left off is I was adding the second, I was adding together the second half of the ingredients, and then I'll combine that and then go from there. But yeah, welcome in, and hope your stream went well. Oh, Tippy did? Sorry about that. Thank you for the raid tips. Yeah, oh yeah, I could show it off again. I had this on during the charity stream, but this is what I was going to wear the second half of the month. Present bow tie. I couldn't decide on one for the whole season, and they were on sale for like $10 a pop over Black Friday weekend, and even though they're, even normally I think they're only like 15, but I was like, I'm getting the second one because I don't want to pay extra for shipping at that point. But yeah, it's going well, Tibbs. I just started probably like, what's my run time right now? 20-ish minutes. But yeah, I'm making red velvet crinkle cookies. I do baking streams typically once a month, but with the holidays going on, I'm doing it weekly, so I'm making some cookies. So I'm about halfway done with making the batter. I was kind of just starting to do the second half. Starting with measuring the flour, aka the messy ingredients in this whole process. And I need 2 whole stinking cups of it. Alright. Alright, 1 and 2. There we go. Plop that bad boy in there. Alright, then I need 1/3 cup of cocoa powder. Might as well grab some of the other ingredients that I need for this while I'm at it. Alright. Oh, the slide whistle's been summoned, BRB. You can sneak on me with trying to grab it from my gaming station? Well, you thought wrong. Since you guys can see my full body for this whole thing, it's like, I might as well do an official bow just to be kind of funny about it. Have fun, Zachman. Courtesy of Nixie. Swear it's gonna turn into a war at some point, just like the war of the slide whistle. Alright, so then, help me measure this. I'm gonna go ahead and grab a spoon. No! Alright. Go ahead and pour some out. Trying to be delicate because I don't want to add too much. Okay, that's about 1/3, so I'm going to plop that in. Okay, now I need 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder. The duality of people who listen to the slide whistle, Zachman versus Joe. Alright, so I need 1 teaspoon. Yeah, I'll make her out a new one. There we go. That is literally the duality of man. Slide whistle connoisseur versus slide whistle fearer. Okay, so that's added. Then I need 1/2 teaspoon of salt. There we go. Okay, so that's all the ingredients we gotta add. So then, because these are all dry ingredients, I can pretty much just sift these with a fork. I don't need the mixer for this portion. And like everything else involving these powdery dry ingredients, definitely stir carefully unless you want to get it all over yourself. Get that good smell of cocoa in there. Yeah. Okay, so that's all for mine. I'll go ahead and show that off. So you kind of see I got a nice light brown powder there. So now that's done, we'll go ahead and combine that with the wet ingredients. And then that's going to get combined. So in the meantime, while I got the mixer going on, I'll be back in just a moment with the audio so I don't blow your guys' eardrums out. So stay tuned. Alright, so that's done. So I'll go ahead and show the dough off, the dough off. So you kind of got like a nice red-brown dough. So one thing I did is I probably added about another half a teaspoon of red food coloring. So yeah, that's one thing I'd recommend if you want a slightly brighter red color is double what it says on the recipe. So a full teaspoon as opposed to a half a teaspoon for 2 dozen cookies. Alright, so that's done. Okay, so now we're going to add the layer we're going to sprinkle on top of the cookies once we get those situated. So this is going to consist of regular sugar and powdered sugar, and I'm going to need 2 bowls for this. So go ahead and grab more bowls, because you can never have enough bowls apparently. Alright, bowls. Okay, so you need half a cup of each kind of sugar, so I'll go ahead and measure that out. That's the brown sugar. The one kind of sugar I don't need for this. Okay. Alright, there's the powdered, so I'll go ahead and measure that out first. Alright, there's the measuring knife. Alright, then if I need more, I'll grab it. Just recommends half a cup for this. Alright, so that's powdered sugar. Go ahead and just evenly distribute that in the bowl. Then half a cup of granulated sugar. There we go. Okay, so that's measured out. Okay, so now we got that. Oh yeah, I suppose I might as well just use this. You don't have to do this, but if you have like a cookie scoop or an ice cream scoop, you can use that to get your 1-inch cookies out of it. So I'm going to go ahead and put that into practice now. So basically I'm going to measure out this for the cookie balls, and then roll them in this particular order. The granulated sugar followed by the powdered sugar. This order matters a lot. So then I'll go ahead and get one of the pans situated because they are going to go straight on the pan after this. So this is kind of where the cookies making process is really going to come into clutch with like a whole setup. So just going to get the setup situated, which is going to include getting the dough off of the mixer spatulas. So I'm going to go ahead and do that just to get maximal dough. So I'll be done with that in just a moment. Because this is probably a cookie's worth of dough that's collectively on both of these, so I definitely want to make sure I maximize how much dough I have. It is a little stickier, so it's not going to necessarily come off right away, which is why it has to be kind of on the spatula pretty loose when I'm trying to knock it off and make it a hole. Well, that dough's gone now. Womp womp. Okay, that one's good. Okay, let's go for the other one then. Definitely get this big glob of it off there. Okay, just about done. Just gotta get one more go around to this and I should be ready to rock on prepping the cookies for the pan. Alright, cool. Alright, so got my dough. Welcome in, Crazy Cat. Just prepping the cookies. I got the batter situated. There, here, I'll bring it closer to the shot. There you go. So I'm about to basically, in this particular order, take an each dough's worth of cookie, which I can also pre-measure using this ice cream scoop. And then once I have my ball, I'm basically going to dip it in regular granulated sugar followed by powdered sugar to get that kind of crinkled look that you're trying to go for here. Alright, so just got to reread the instructions because I want to make sure I do this properly because once I go, I'm going. Alright, and then once I get a pan in the oven, that'll go in for 10 minutes. And like last week, I think I was like pretty much just going rapid fire right on camera. It's not like when I have to bake something for 45 minutes where it's like, I'm just going to let that go and then I'm just going to go straight to the gaming right away. Not this time. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and do one last rinse off before I go ham on a biscuit on this. Alright. Actually, I may want more of a station to actually get the cookies prepped on this thing. Let me go ahead and prep this on a couple of napkins. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's do this. Alright, so there's kind of the approximate ball size I'm going for. So I'll go ahead and plop that into the hand. And then make sure I put that in there so I don't make up too much of a mess. And then because it's in a nice ball already, I can go ahead and just get that coated in regular sugar, and then I'll go ahead and coat that in powdered sugar. And there's my dough ball, so I'll go ahead and plop that right on there and then rinse and repeat until I got all my cookies. Dough's a little sticky, so it may not plop out like nicely like the first one, but it's doing okay. Alright, next cookie. That's kind of why you want to get the granulated sugar on there, because this dough is a little sticky. So then once you get it on there, it's a lot easier to touch. It's less likely to stick on your hands a lot. Alright, so I'll probably go at least a dozen cookies per pan. So far I got 2 pans situated, so that's a good starting point. Alright, plop. Got a pre-roll, and then off we go. Alright, there's 3. And I'm gonna get a bigger scoop going there. Alright, there we go. Alright, plop. And plop. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. I know another part of this is like seeing how accurate the cookie yield is going to be, because usually I end up making less than it specifies because I end up making them a little big, but we'll see if this ends up being accurate to the 2 dozen yield that it specifies for this amount of dough. How many cookies I'm making and my mom's making over the weekends, I figure 2 dozen's probably a good point, because the cookies are just going to accumulate before long. Alright, there we go. Ploppo! Yes, that is apparently a term now, this ploppo. The first time I've actually made red velvet cookies, I've made red velvet cakes and then a cookie cake, but not proper smaller cookies like this, so can't wait to try these. So in terms of my baking schedule for the rest of the month, there's like next week's is going to be a proper Christmas themed or holiday themed one, and then the following one's going to be kind of more wintry because it's going to be the Tuesday between Christmas and New Year's. So I figured I might as well go for more of a wintry one. And then I have my schedule planned out for the following couple of months. Next month's just going to be kind of like a standard once a month thing, and I'm going to be making a tiramisu for that. I've made it a decent amount of times in the past. It's kind of like pan-sized, I mean like rectangular pan-sized. So I might as well do one that I have some experience with, and also it's delicious as heck. And then February, probably do something for Valentine's Day, but then I got a whole lineup of stuff I'm going to make for Mardi Gras, so that'll be a whole thing. It's going to be a couple of desserts and a couple of entrees. It's going to be a full-on cooking and baking thing. It may be the whole stream. I'm just warning you in advance. Like, I plan on going all out for it. Yeah, I'd say that 2 dozen is going to be pretty accurate because I've probably only gone through like a third or like half the dough. And this is about a dozen cookies. Alright, so that's good. So there we go. That's a dozen cookies. I'll go ahead and evenly spread that out. Get my hands washed and go ahead and plop that in the oven, and then go ahead and prep the second pan. It's kind of nice to spread out when your cookies go in the oven too, because then you're waiting around for less time as opposed to if you have both pans waiting, because then you're waiting for the full 10 minutes. Whereas this, it's like, well, then you only have to wait around for like half the time if it takes you 5 minutes to prep a pan. Just depends. Alright. Into the oven it goes for 10 minutes. Alright, on to pan number 2. Go ahead and spread that down in the middle because the granulated sugar was kind of bunching up at the edges. Right. Go. Yeah, this is really making it super easy. Because you can kind of just eyeball it too, or panball it, I guess is how I'd phrase that, to make your dough size, but it makes it super easy. I originally got it as like a melon baller for making like nice melon balls out of your bigger fruits. But apparently it also works as this in an ice cream scooper, so get the most out of my tools. There we go. A little more on that dough ball. There we go. Alright, there's number 4. Thanks. Yeah, I was gonna say what's the brand again? I think it's yeah, definitely not sponsor, but yeah, the brand of shorts I have are Jambies. They're kind of like really comfortable lounging shorts, and they have massive pockets, so that works out for if I want to carry my phone around. I have a couple, because originally I just got a black pair just to kind of be pretty standard looking, but then I also got a green pair for streaming because I was like, well, they're long enough so it's not showing off too much, but they're also comfy enough. And well, of course, the whole point of it was like, I don't really necessarily know if I want to wear full-on pants, especially in the summer, because that's when I first got them. I was like, man, I really don't want to wear pants when it's like 70, 80 degrees in my apartment before the air conditioning kicks in. But it also works for this time of the year. Of course, this is one of those things where I only do this around my apartment or just kind of lounging around. Like, I definitely would wear slightly looking more professional looking pants or shorts when going out in public. Especially since these are supposed to be like a pajama lounging kind of short. I forget if these are technically gender neutral or if they're technically guy shorts. So keep that in mind. They may or may not be guy shorts. But boy, are they comfy. Guess you're kind of approaching about 3 years, I guess. It's been nice. Of course, I'm down here for my job. The first couple of months were super weird because I moved down here around that time, and this was back in February of 2020. So yeah, you can put 2 and 2 together on what kind of transpired the following month. So like I kind of just like was getting settled the first month after I moved in, and then I'm like, I'm gonna go do all these things, and then the lockdowns happened. So that was definitely a weird first year. But I guess at the same time it kind of forced me to settle into my new place, so I really got accustomed to it real fast. But it's definitely been nice. Just the amount of space I need, and no more, no less. Alright, there we go. So I got 2 more, and then that'll be the end of that pan. I may have to go into a third pan, I'll see what happens. But yeah, I'd definitely say that 2 dozen was pretty accurate. Alright, and then this, I'm going to try to scoop up some of the remainders. Alright, that's probably the dough size I probably want to go for anyways. Alright, there we go. I may call it here on the cookies, I'm just not... If I think I can get another cookie out of it, I'll try, otherwise... Like, it's definitely not going to be any more than 1 more cookie if I do this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I get another cookie out of this. Alright, I'm going to go for it. Alright. Need the sticky dough. Alright. Just about there. Yep, I definitely got a 25th cookie out of that. So yeah, like I said, that yield ended up being pretty accurate that time around. Alright, then, just because I really want to only do this in 2 go-arounds, I'm going to try to spread all the cookies out so I can get this 13th cookie onto the pan. Alright, I'll go with that. Alright, then I'll go and clean my hands up, and then in it goes. Alright, there we go. Okay, so let's see, I got about 2.5 minutes left on the first batch. Oh yeah, they're turning out pretty nice. And with the show those off in a few minutes. Crinkle. Okay, cool. And these cookies don't look like they're like melt or getting to be too big, so I'm not too worried about the cookies bleeding together when they're on the pan. Okie dokie. Alright, so then just gotta remember to add 7 minutes once that ends up. Okay. Alright, so that's the end of cookie prep, so I'm gonna wait it out until the first batch is done, and then once I get enough stuff situated, I'll go ahead and transition over to the gameplay. And then I'll have to pause briefly to go take out the second batch. Which, speaking of which, let me go ahead and grab the cooling rack while I'm at it. Alright, so then while I'm waiting it out, I'm just going to get things cleaned up to a basic degree while I'm waiting out the 2 minutes. So it says the consistency of the cookies are supposed to be a little gooey, so keep that in mind when you're making these. Alright, then I'll just go ahead and leave those here. Some stuff I'm just going to go ahead and clean up after the stream. I'm just getting everything put away, at least to a basic degree. Also, just because I have more room for the cookie pan. Alright, these are dirty. Okay, that should be that. And we got these. Okay, so that stuff should be put away. Alright, so there's 30 seconds left on the first batch. Where'd I put them? Here we go. Safety first. Alright, there we go. Alright, got 10 seconds left. Just gonna double check to make sure they look like they're done. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that is exactly how it's supposed to look. Wow. Alright, so then before I fully show these off, I'm going to go ahead and set the timer for 7 minutes on the other batch. Alright, cool. So yeah, this is especially this cookie, this is exactly how it's supposed to look. Wow, those turned out really great. They smell delicious. Probably wait 5 to 10 minutes before I eat them because they're probably really piping hot right now. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab the cooling rack and I'll go ahead and dish those out. As well as my... oh yeah, my container. I just remembered I purposely kept it out because I knew I was going to need it like several times this month. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab a spatula and go ahead and dish these cookies out. Could probably just put these straight on here. Yeah, parchment paper definitely coming in clutch because these things are just coming off it super easily. Pretty much get these 2 at a time too, which is nice. Alright, got a couple more and then, yeah, I gotta flip that one over. Yeah, take 2 on that. Yeah, I can just tell based on actually squeezing one of them that they're definitely the gooey consistency I want, so that's good. Alright, so that's done. Alright, and then I'll go ahead and save that for the other portion. Then I'll clean that pan off later. Get that in the garbo. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to need a cooling rack, so I'll go ahead and put that away. Alright, so with that, the second batch is going to be done in about 5 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and transition everything over to the gaming setup, so I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes with that. And then likely I'll be taking care of the second batch around that time, as well as showing off the cookies on the kind of with a more close-up camera angle with the gaming setup. So I'll be back in about 5 to 10, so see you then. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and adjust the camera, and I should be ready to rock in just a moment. Alright. Alright, cool. Alright, so... gotta remember that this is gonna tilt. Ta-da! Cookies! And then, per the instructions, I have procured a glass of milk, so I'm gonna go ahead and consume that along with the cookies. So in the meantime, because I know the game's gonna take a couple minutes to queue up, go ahead and get the game loading. Oh yeah, you're right, I gotta do this proper. Yeah, I think it's hard enough. Alright, time to dunk! You'd think I'd know better after making beignets, but yeah, don't inhale when you're trying to eat the cookies, because otherwise you're taking powdered sugar up there. You'd think I'd know this by now, but still haven't learned my lesson, apparently. Yeah, these are super good, gooey cookies. Mmm. Alright. Yeah, don't snort the powdered sugar. That is my disclaimer. Alright, so welcome back to Dreamlight Valley. So currently the Donald counter is at 40, so let's see how much higher this counter gets. From what I figured out last time with the updates, it doesn't seem like the game crashes properly anymore, but it does kind of glitch out, which might as well be the game crash. Yeah, let's see if we can get it up to 50. Alright. Alright, one right off the bat, let's go!
I despise rain.
Alright, good to know. Alright, Donald, do you want to go on an adventure? Yeah, it's the first time I've seen rain in this game. Or no, actually scratch that, it has rained before. This is the first time I really noticed that it's been raining. Alright. So I know there's a couple things we can do. There's a continuing side quest, and then also with the DLC pack, they introduced the Toy Story Land, as well as the, Stitch is gonna show up at some point, too. I know a lot of that stuff's gonna require Dreamlight, and also I want to be able to go to the final two areas, so I'll kind of decide as time goes on. Okay, so I need cotton. Oh, right, so yeah, that's what I was waiting on last time, and that field should be done, especially with the rain. Oh, weird. I'll try to turn that down. Alright, let me see if that fixes it a little bit. Alright, so the cotton's still not done, so I have to wait on that side quest until I get that done. Yeah. Oh, that's why it's raining, because it's doing it in real life. Wow, this game is super accurate, to the point where it's accurate on the weather. Might as well go ahead and pick up the resources now that we got the upgraded garden and fishing boat. Character's like moonwalking a little bit. Whee! Oh, jeez. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, so in the meantime, because I gotta wait for the cotton, I'm gonna go ahead and see what other side quests I can do. Alright. Yeah, I know a lot of side quests are gonna involve me gaining affinity with certain characters. So I should probably not pick Donald at some point, so I'll probably go talk to Mickey if he's awake. Yeah, because I still gotta figure out how to make that seafood platter. Alright, what was I gonna do? Alright. Alright, so I'm gonna go talk to Mickey then and get him in our party, given he's not asleep. Otherwise, I'll have to pick another character. Curses! Alright, so I'll have to wait until he's awake then. Actually, I'll go ahead and get my affinity up with Elsa while I'm at it. I have to give her some gifts first. It makes it more powerful, it has the opposite effect. Alright, mint chocolate, those flowers, and marinated herring. Okay, it seems kind of random, but oh well. Actually, you know what, I did find this out from last time, is that giving them cooked food does speed up the process a bit. So first things first, I'm gonna go ahead and dig up whatever the heck this is. Night shards. Okay, there's a unit of cotton. No, Donald. Just no. Alright, so let's go inside and go ahead and make some stuff. Okie dokie. Alright, let's see what I want to do here. Alright, that's totally wrong thing. I was gonna go to the oven. No, not the storage box. There we go. Probably don't use up the chili peppers, because imagine that'll come in clutch for something else. Alright, let's see what I have. Actually, you know what? Just to maximize ingredients, let me go over to Remy's restaurant and go do this. Goofy wants an apple pie. Well, I've definitely made one before. Okay, so I just need butter for that, so I'll go ahead and get some butter. No, not that much cheese. Alright, let's go ahead and make Goofy a pie. Ta-da! We have made pie. I like it. Alright, and that got us to level 9 affinity with Goofy, so nice. Okay, now for the real reason I came in here, which was making something in here. Okay, where was the recipe I was gonna make? Could make peanut butter waffles. Oh, right, it was for the bell pepper puffs. And cheese. Alright, let's do this. And what else do I want to make while I'm at it? Alright, so I need peanuts, milk, and eggs. Looks like there's a sixth thing we get access to later. Alright, let's go ahead and make some peanut butter waffles. Ta-da! Alright, let's go ahead and give Elsa our homemade cooking. She likely went off somewhere else. Oh, looks like a lot of the cotton's done. Nice. Oh, it's all done. Cool. Alright, so let me go ahead and craft the fabric we need for Anna's side quest. But first things first, I want to find Elsa. Okay, so she's just wandering over there.
Hello, my friend.
Well, I'm glad I made two things, because that didn't quite get her to level 2. Alright, there we go. Level 2.5. And now we can take her on adventures. Okay, so it actually is Elsa's hair, but it's your hair color. Nice.
Hi there.
Time to hang out. Let's go help your sister. Time to go craft some fabric. Okay, so, oh right, so yeah, now we can go ahead and craft the climbing gear, or repair it, rather. Alright, so let's go figure out where Anna's at on the map. Alright, let's see. She's in the Forest of Valor. Come on. There we go. So she should be around here some... Yep, there she is. Cool. Meanwhile, Kristoff's asleep.
I need to talk to you.
Ta-da!
Hi.
Wow, Gabby, this looks brand new. Once I show him this, he'll have to remember me. I know it. I'm gonna bring this to Kristoff right now.
Remember, I believe in you.
Oh, hey, Anna. I've really been trying to remember more, I promise. But it's not going very well. Not to worry. I've got something here that should do the trick. Why are you waving old climbing gear at me? Wait. This is my old climbing gear. Do you remember it? Do you remember me? I remember a girl with red hair. And the nicest smile of anyone I've ever met. Oh, one more thing. I remember us laughing together as she tried to help me after I fell. You remember that? You really remember? What else? And that's all I got. I'm sorry, Anna. I don't remember anything else. But hey, maybe me and that red-haired girl with the beautiful smile could start to make some new memories. Yeah! Yeah, I'd like that. A lot. Sad that Kristoff doesn't remember everything yet, but he remembers climbing the mountains with me, so I think we're on the right track. I'm gonna go talk to Merlin. Maybe he can help bring back the rest of Kristoff's memories. If magic took Kristoff's memories away, maybe that's what it'll take to restore it. Thanks for your help, Gabby. I'll let you know if Merlin has any ideas. Alright, so that's done. Cool. Alright, so the last current side quest without gaining affinity is figuring out how to make that seafood platter. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and grab the fish haul over here. Yeah, I've got a decent haul over here. Nice. Alright, sweet. Alright, yeah, I definitely got some room in my inventory still for stuff. Alright. Alright, so I'm just gonna double check people's affinities. Okay, so I need affinity level 3 with Elsa, so that shouldn't take too long. Just gotta do some mining for a bit, and that should do the trick. Alright, and her side quest should be open now. Gabby, I can use some advice. Do you have a moment to talk? Of course. What do you need? Well, have you ever... I guess I'm just wondering if... this is hard. I'll start over. Since I've arrived here, I've tried to find my place to fit in with everyone, but I feel a little lost. Have you ever felt like that? Have you always felt like that? Well, I used to when I was hiding my powers and so isolated. But these last few years, thanks to Anna's help, I felt a lot more at peace. Hey, I just thought of something that Remy told me the other day. He was talking about how our sense of smell and taste are the most connected to our memories. If you want to feel more at home, why don't we try cooking something that reminds you where you come from? Cooking. How interesting. I haven't done much cooking before. Well, that's another thing Remy says. Anyone can cook. You know, it's funny. I did see a couple of traditional Arendelian recipe books in the ice cavern. I'll go get them. This is rather strange, Gabby. When I started reading through the recipe books, they brought back a memory of my past here in the valley. I was cooking with my friends, and it felt like something we'd done before. I just couldn't remember it. We were making Arendelian fish pie and pickled herring. It was so nice. Maybe we can make one of the dishes together again. Let's make both. It'll be fun. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. According to the recipe book, what makes the Arendelian fish pie so special is you use dandelion syrup and herring, plus some wheat and butter. The dandelion syrup is made from garlic, lemons, dandelions, and onions. If you bring me those ingredients, maybe we can prepare the syrup together. The instructions are all right here. Oh, and the Arendelian pickled herring is fairly easily. Here's the recipe book. Alright, time to cook. Some more. Okay, so this is so we need to make an empty vial as well. Okay, so then let's go start by grabbing the garlic, because I know I need to go to the forest for that. Because, you know, forest garlic. Well, specifically pine forest garlic. Grab some blueberries while we're at it for sustenance. Oh, there's a chest that spawned in. Nice. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Forgot now we can actually take out these ice chunks. For snowballs. Alright, that got us up to level 24. Alright, ta-da! Oh, nice. Okay, let me see if I can spot any garlic plants. Yeah, here we go. There are these kind of grass-looking plants in the forest. Alright, and then I know I gotta plant some onions, so I'll go ahead and grab the seeds really quick. Oh, my inventory's full. Alright, I gotta come back for that then. Oh, I'm stuck on a rock. Alright. Oh, frenzy! Oh, and my inventory's full. I suppose I got all these fish. Oh yeah, definitely save the herring, because I'm gonna need that for the recipe. Alright, let's see if I can find any more garlic while I'm at it. Here we go. Okay, so that's the garlic, so then... Gotta wait to grab everything else until I clear my inventory out a little bit. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it, so can't really complain. Alright, let's go ahead and sell some stuff. Yeah, that really cleared house on that. Cool. Okay, so that's situated. So now we go ahead and get the rest of the ingredients. Just gonna go ahead and do some inventory reorganization really quick. Okay, so now I know I gotta go to the... Actually, before I leave, I have to plant the onion seeds as soon as possible, because that's gonna take a bit. Hey, dude, calm down, I'm just buying some onion seeds. Do you want to cry that badly? It's not worth it. Alright, so those are all situated, so then go ahead to the, go to the swamp area so we can go grab a singular lemon. Then I'll grab the dandelions next. I just know the one thing we're going to be waiting on for the side quest is for the onions to finish growing. So we'll see what happens. Alright. Might as well grab some coinage while we're at it. Ooh, that smells like money. Whoa! Alright, and we got some affinity with Elsa, so nice. Including more coinage. Wow, so much stuff. Ooh, got a lot of stuff from that too. Alright, nice. Alright, see what's in the chest. More coins. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's actually go grab a lemon. Okay, so that's all done, so then I gotta figure out where dandelions are at. Yeah, that'd be under collections. Here we go. Okay, so that's just in the plaza, so we need 5 of those. And then I also gotta craft an empty vial while I'm at it, which I'll probably just do while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, while she was talking about pickled herring, I was just thinking about that pickled beets line from the Care Bears sequel when I was a kid. It's like, pickled beets? Oh. Okay, so that's done. So then we'll go ahead and grab the dandelions, and then we'll just be waiting on the onions to finish that out. Okay. Okay, there's one. Time to grab some plants. Nope, we got some gems on this particular mound, so go ahead and grab that while I'm at it. Yeah, that's the nice part about getting the bonuses from your mining partners, that if you get gems from the mounds, they'll double down on it, so you can get gems a lot faster. Which especially comes in clutch when, you know, you're trying to get emeralds when they're really hard to come across. I just can't believe emeralds have that low of a spawn rate when other gems have a higher spawn rate with showing up in the mines. It's kind of nuts. Alright, so I need 2 more dandelions. And it looks like they only spawn in the plaza, so if we run out, we'll have to wait. Okay, so I need one more unit. So it's like a job with a shovel. Okay, so I'm just gonna do one more quick scan, otherwise we may have to come back to this once more, spawn in later.
You are a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, if everyone's hanging out in the plaza right now. As I get this out of here. Alright, sweet. Yeah, because I crafted those, so those aren't actual dandelion mounds. Alright, I don't think I see a 5th unit, so I'll have to wait it out until more show up later. So that side quest is to be continued. Well, I mean, it also is too, because I'm waiting on the onion plants. Alright, so let's see who else I can go talk to while I wait that out. So Anna's level 7, Ariel's level 3. Alright, so I gotta get... Yeah, I'll go try to get my affinity up with Maui next. See what I got in my inventory. See if I get my affinity up with him with gemstones. Oh, never mind. One to spawn in. Okay, scratch what I just said. I mean, I still gotta wait for the onion plants, but I don't have to wait for that in addition. I'm still probably gonna go talk to Maui until the onion plants are done. See where he went off to. Might as well collect the Dreamlight while I'm at it. Oh. Okay, so let's see. He's about to enter the forest from that end, so I'll go ahead and try to talk to him. Hello, my dude!
Oh, hey!
So it looks like he likes boobalace, okra, and lancet fish. Alright, almost.
Hey!
I know I could sell them for money, but... Gabby, I got a question. What's your favorite form? A sneaky beetle, fearsome shark, or awesome, powerful giant hawk? Definitely the hawk. Good choice. You have power, you have flight. There's literally no downside to being a hawk. Alright, so... It's affinity level 2. Okay. Alright, good job, Maui. You crashed the game. Alright. So yeah, that's a demonstration of what the game crashes look like now. You don't get an error message, it freezes and you can't unfreeze it. So they kind of fixed the problem, but not really. clean that off. Cool. Okay, so it looks like it saved that, so then I think all I gotta go do is talk to Maui again. Okay, so we didn't really lose any progress, nice. Ah, just the person I wanted to see. So far this... Alright, there's 42. So far this village is fine, but you know what it doesn't have? Coconuts. It would already have them if I created Dreamlight Valley. I didn't. But lucky for you, I can create coconuts now. Thanks. You're welcome! See? Things are already looking up. So first, I'll need an eel. My fishing friend, Goofy, can help you catch some. Go check with him. What? Go! Go!
You're welcome. Hello.
Alright, so now let's go ahead and hang out with him for a bit. We're summoning the legend! Alright, let's see where the Goofsters... Well, actually, you know what? This is the nice part about Goofy being the shop owner, is that you can summon him at any time. Oh, never mind, he just vanishes. Scratch what I just said. The game's just like, no, that's too easy. You gotta work for it. Alright, let's see where he spawned in. Okay, he's at Remy's restaurant. Let us away! Yee-wee! Alright. Goofy, we need an eel! Also, I went into the wrong building. Might as well check out what this guy's got in store. What is this? 20,000 coins? Jeez Louise. It's like, why couldn't you just call it the Captain Hook, code? Why, because he's not in this game right now? Come on, game. It's like, what's the point if I can't call Captain Hook a codfish to his face? Hopefully at some point they add the Peter Pan characters. Or at least Peter Pan and Captain Hook, because that'd be great. Well, the weird part, too, is that they have, like the, let me show it off really quick. So, like, the box art of the game has Belle on it, and Belle isn't even in the game currently, which I'm assuming it means they're gonna add her at some point. It's just, when, I have no clue. You're looking for an eel? You sure? They're slippery as eels. Hook? Well, you're gonna need worms and a fishing trap. I always find lots of worms bearing around the ponds in the meadow. You just gotta dig them up, then craft a trap with wood, then head to the water to place your trap. It'll attract plenty of eels for whatever it is you're doing. Oh, the best place to put the trap is near the dock on the beach. Good luck. So I'm guessing worms must be the equivalent of, seaweed, so, like, it's just basic fishing. Which is probably why I've never seen them show up until now. Yeah, because we got enough softwood, boy do we. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our fishing rod queued up, and then also we can get some affinity with Maui while we're at it. Off to go pond fish. $43. Okay, so it looks like you can also get seaweed in the meadow. That's good to know. Could always use more seaweed. Wow, this really would have come in clutch earlier when I was trying to farm for this stuff. Yep, and he's already at affinity level 3. Nice. Just gonna double check to make sure I'm in the correct location. Yeah, I'm in the meadow. Oh, I gotta go ahead and grab that memory when I remember. Okay, let's see what this is. A component of a Ratatouille memory. So far, no luck with getting the worms. I'll try for a little bit more, and then I may have to consult the internet to see if there's like a specific way I'm supposed to go about this. Might as well go for affinity level 4 while we're at it. Alright, done. Simple enough. Alright, so it doesn't seem like they're spawning in, so I'm gonna go ahead and consult the internet for if there's a specific way to make them actually make them spawn in. Or maybe I'm supposed to dig for them. Okay, never mind, that's how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to dig, but yeah, I guess in retrospect that does make sense. You're supposed to dig for them. Alright, so it looks like they spawned in at glowing dig sites, so let's go ahead and check for those. Yeah, because there's a lot of them right now. Alright, I gotta eat some stuff. Did not mean to dig the path, oh well. Alright, there's another unit of worms. Okay, let's see if I can find the third unit of worms. Alright, there's another dig site. Plus whatever this is. The sock-stealing space alien strikes again! So that's another side quest we can go do. Alright, let's go ahead and create the trap. Alright, place the fishing trap near the dock on Dazzle Beach. Let's go ahead and just teleport over there. Okie dokie. Artichoke. I'll have to dig this up while I'm at it. Cool. Cool beans. Oh, I suppose I actually have to place this. Ooh, I got an emerald. Nice. Okay. Alright, there we go. Any moment now, an eel's gonna come sniffing around these worms. So you have to check near the trap often and catch whatever swims nearby. Come back to me when you caught one. Catch an eel attracted by... I'm assuming it's gonna be this rare one. We'll see what happens. Yep, ta-da! Gabby, there you are. I've been telling folks about my many accomplishments. Also giving hair care tips. Oh, you found an eel! Great! Now all I have to do is plant it on the beach. Oh, and don't forget to water it. Soon you're gonna have a coconut tree courtesy of yours truly. Yep, I'm gonna enjoy that coconut in my belly. Be sure to bring me one. Alright, so we gotta go ahead and bury the eel. Alright, so then... Yep, to be continued until the coconut tree's done. So that's currently on pause. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and queue up that sock side quest. Okay, so then it looks like we gotta go talk to Goofy and give him the sock. Let's see where he's at. Okie dokie. He's at the restaurant still. Alright, back to the restaurant we go. Given he didn't just leave. Which is entirely possible and kind of annoying. Alright, so clearly he's not there anymore, so... Okay, he's back at his house. Time to go follow him. Come on. It's a little touchy. Alright, I guess we gotta walk there. There we go. Alright, into his house we go. Say, what you got there, Gabby? It's a sock. I was thinking it might be yours. You're right, it's one of my socks. I've been looking for them everywhere. All my socks ended up and disappeared the other day. All of them? Now that I think about it, it was only half of them. The left sock out of every pair is gone. The left sock, but socks still... Never mind. This is getting weirder and weirder. I'll say. And that's not the only part that's weird. I saw some funny lights in the sky before it happened. I just thought it was some kind of shooting star, but now that I think about it, Donald's been going on about sock-stealing space aliens for a week now. Maybe he's right. Terrifying prospect. Say, maybe the space aliens left behind some sort of clue and they messed up my house. Good idea. I'll look around your house for clues. Remember the marketing for Lilo and Stitch back in the day where it was like all the Disney characters were like just appalled and disgusted by Stitch's actions? So now I'm just like heavily reminded of that. Alright, search around his house for a clue! How far are we talking? Oh, sir. Well, okay, so it does say around in his in the dialogue, but then it actually says search his house in the actual quest log. There is a little bit of discrepancy there. Okay. Look for a clue by removing the trash in Goofy's house. Oh, you guys have quite some pigsty going on. Jeez Louise. So much trash. And I'm taking care of it barefoot because I have calluses of steel by now. Alright, cool, we found it. Bring the blue fur to Donald. So yeah, there's Stitch's fur. Alright, let's check where the duck is. Alright, the game crashed again. Alright, be back with that game in a couple minutes. Check this out really quick. Alright, still got half the loading bar to go. So now I almost gotta watch out for cues of what'll make the game freeze. Okay, so I hardly lost any progress, that's good. Yeah, because that was the thing, I was looking up where the heck Donald was on the map, and that's what caused the game to crash. Alright, let's see where he's at. He's at Remy's restaurant, which... I guess in retrospect I should have remembered that, but oh well. Bad news is Maui left the party, so I gotta go find him at some point. Or at least get someone in the party. What's that? Another clue? It's animal fur. Maybe one of the raccoons around Dreamlight Valley is getting into people's houses. Make a lot more sense than space aliens. Don't be ridiculous. What kind of raccoon steals just half of everyone's socks? And that fur is blue. Besides, remember that funny doohickey we found in my house? That didn't come from any raccoon. Hey, I got just an idea. The doohickey started beeping again. Let's see what happens when we put fur inside it. You see that? It started flashing again. What does it say? It says, DNA match authorization 66% complete. It's making even less sense now than it did before. I think it means that fur comes from whatever's stealing everyone's socks. And that we might only need to find one more clue to make it get to 100%. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! That'll be easy. I'll keep my eye out for any more clues. Okay, looks like the coconut plant's done, so we can go ahead and harvest the coconut and finish out that side quest. Also, let me see what the progress is like on those onion plants. No, there's still gonna be a bit. Let's see where Maui's at. He's on the beach in his house. Let's go ahead and shortcut down there. Okie dokie. Let's see. Nope, I want the shovel. Okay, yeah, here's the tree. Okay, so I got some coconuts, so then let's go to Maui's house and go drop those off. And then we'll be good to go, for now. Okie dokie.
Oh, hey!
Ta-da! Coconuts! One of the many feats that made me a hero. Speaking of my heroism, are you a demigod too? You're a little small. No, that's Kooky Docs. You're just a regular human who can do non-humany things, right? Actually, I don't really care, because now coconuts will grow naturally on the beach. No more planting eels. Okay, you can go. I need to think about my next heroic deed. Check with me later.
Hey! What took you so long?
Oh, by the way, did you see those big hunks of storm debris on the beach? Saw something stuck in one of them. Want me to show you? Yes, show me. Follow me. Alright, next side quest, go. Alright, so go ahead and queue the side quest up. Wow, those are some big strides. Yep, he's correct. Now you can get coconuts on the beach. Oh, we must have to go to the other side of the beach. I get it now. Okay, I guess we're going a very specific way. See? Something's stuck in the storm debris. I can make your pickaxe stronger so you can break the stuff too, but first I'm gonna need some things I left back in the ocean. They're in a basket next to my boat on the island where we met. You get that stuff and bring it to me and we're good to go. Alright, back to Maui land. Well, really Moana land, but both really. Okay, I guess we grabbed it already. No, never mind, now it queued up. Back to the realm. Alright, in we go. So he said it was near his basket. Well, he was up here on the hill. Alrighty. Just gotta find his basket is all. Here we go. Scraping stone. Alright, and back to Dreamlight Valley. Alright, let's go ahead and teleport over there. Well, actually, we have to find him specifically, and yeah, he's back at his house. Oh yeah, today's an exceptionally good hair day.
Hey, what took you
Great.
so long?
Now that I have all these scraping stones, I'll work on what doing what I do, and you can do what you do. Bring me a snack, anything fresh and delicious.
All right, now,
Cook a fresh 5-star meal for Maui. There we go. Actually, before I get too far, I'm gonna go sell stuff. And then go drop stuff off. Alright, might as well go make more fiber while I'm at it. Alright, sweet. Alright, now let's go back and drop our stuff off. Then I gotta figure out the quickest way to make a 5-star meal. Gotta go and sell those while I'm at it. Okay, ranch well... Okay, so ranch salad, ratatouille, all requires onion. Okay, so I need bell pepper, lettuce, corn, tomato. Yeah, unfortunately I sold those because I didn't think I was going to need them so quickly. Oh well. Go ahead and get some of those planted in the ground then, and then once they're done I can make the ranch salad for him. Because I definitely want to save those units of onion for Elsa's thing, because that kind of takes precedence. Okay, so let's see. Okay, there's a lettuce seed. Yeah, I know the onion seed's gonna be back in the forest. Let's go back to the beach and see if we can get anything. Yep, here's the corn and the tomato seeds. Okay, now let's go to the forest and go grab the onion seeds. Then I gotta double check what the 5th ingredient was again. Oh yeah, bell pepper, which I can just buy those right now, so... that saves me a little bit of time. Okay, so I just gotta plant those other 4 ingredients in the ground, and then we'll have enough for a ranch salad. Yeah, I suppose it's not raining anymore, so now I actually have to water the plants. Oh yeah, I forgot, no one's been in my party this whole time.
There you are.
Sure, I'll take you along for a little bit. Okay, so that puts him on pause. Because I gotta wait that out. Okay, so Kristoff now has a new side quest available, so let's go see if he's awake. He's currently asleep. Okay, so Anna's level 7, so we just have to get Ariel up to level 3. Alright, let's see where she's at. Actually, might as well while I'm doing this. Alright, let's see where she went. Okay, she's just in the meadow, given she doesn't teleport. What's up? Where would you like to go exploring, Gabby? The forests. Oh, I do love that too. What do you like about the forest? Full of tiny critters. Sounds like the ocean, except we have schools of fish. It's not done with you. Alright, so that's affinity level 2. So it looks like she really likes amethysts. Well, I know there's some characters you can't take with you because, like her and Ursula, because they're only bound to the water. So, like, you have to give them gifts. Alright, so now we can do Ariel's side quest. Alright, we gotta go to the other side of the pond. His car's like, do we have to do this? Where'd she go? Oh, she just dove and resurfaced. I looked everywhere, but I can't find Eric. I really need your help. What do you need? I've been asking everyone about Eric, but no one seems to remember him but me. Nobody remembers Prince Eric? How could anyone forget a prince? I don't know. Not even magic can make me forget Eric. Before I disappeared, he was trying so hard to protect us from the forgetting. He told me he needed to go see someone. I wonder who he was talking about. Well, Merlin knows a lot about magic. Could you ask him? Oh, and Kristoff used to help Eric sometimes. And Maui's always on the beach. Maybe he saw him? One of them has to know something. Alright, so we'll go ahead and initiate that side quest. So, yeah, we gotta talk to all 3 of them. Well, unfortunately, Kristoff's asleep. Might as well talk to the other 2. Oh, never mind, he's awake now. Yay. All because he's part of a side quest. Might as well initiate his own side quest while he's awake.
Hi. May I? Can
Hi.
we talk?
Oh, hey, Gabby, do you have a minute? Always for my friends. Thanks. Glad you think of me as a friend, because this is a little odd. So, while Donna was on the other side of the dark portal, I was living in the woods for a pretty long time. Were you okay out there? Oh yeah, sure, I know how to live in the forest. I can find everything I need, food and shelter-wise. But after all that time out there, I could really use some soap. Donald said I didn't exactly smell very fresh. Actually, he wasn't that polite. Would you ever help me make some soap? I'm always happy to help. Great, thanks. You know, you kind of remind me of someone, but I can't exactly remember who she was. Strange. Well, to make soap, we need lye. Now, I don't want to scare you, but it's kind of complicated to make. You may want to take notes. For lye, we need ashes. Never found that in the village. Don't worry, I know what to do. Back when I was stuck in the forest, I made a campfire near the entrance to the Frosted Heights. If you get some of those burned logs there, you can grind them into ash at a crafting station. Then I bring in the ashes. Nope, there's one more step.
Right.
After that, you boil the ashes like any other meal to make lye. Once you got that, come and see me. We can talk about what to do next. Okay, got it. Great. Now figure out what else we needed while you're making the lye. Remember, a camp was near the entrance to the Frosted Heights in the forest.
Bye. Oh, hey.
A prince with dark hair. Huh, now that you mention it, I do remember someone like that, but it's kind of fuzzy. He used to help some guy with his expeditions out at sea. He'd find rare valley artifacts, and I'd help him take off a ship and preserve and archive them. Maybe that was this Eric guy? You know, I might still have some records of his expeditions at my house. I gotta get some stuff for Donald, but if you go looking around there, you could probably find him. Maybe I wrote down where Prince Eric went. Alright, so now we gotta go find those records. Here we go.
Hi. May I? Can we talk? Hello.
Thanks, let me take a look. Tell me you found something. Hey, maybe this is it. Oh, but it's not good. Eric's last expedition listed here is a big red X beside it. That means the ship sank. I'm sure Eric got out fine. He was a sailor, I'm sure he could swim. Let's see. It says here the ship sank near Skull Rock out past Dazzle Beach. Maybe you can find some clue in the water. Never know where you might fish up.
So long.
Alright, so I guess Kristoff is the right person to talk to for that side quest. Cool. So I got a couple things we can do now. Okay, so he said the campfire was some... Yeah, there it is. Alright, so let's go ahead and search for some clues near the Skull Rock. Looks like we got some fish queued up. Alright, sweet. Alright. Try to fish out the clue to the right. No, that's gonna miss. Alright, there we go, that took. His face. Alright, bring what you found to Ariel. Now, where's she at? See where she spawned in at. Oh, she's all the way in the Sunlit Plateau, jeez. That's all the way across the map.
Hi.
The statue, it's Eric. Saw one just like this on the deck of his ship. Is that all you found by the shipwreck? So worried something bad happened to him. I'm worried too. Thank you for understanding. I just wish we had more clues than a shattered statue and a sunken ship. If only someone remembered Eric besides me. Wait, I have an idea. Maybe if we had the other piece of the statue, we could put them together. Then if the villagers saw it, it might bring back their memories. It's worth a try. This was the only thing I could find at the waters near the shipwreck. Maybe some of the other pieces washed up on shore and the villagers found them. I bet Kristoff would know. I'll go ask him.
I can...
Alright, back to the forest.
Hi.
Oh, hey, you're back with the face of a statue. Whoa, now I remember. Prince Eric, of course. That's not like him, is it? He didn't get turned to stone, did he? No, just a statue. Phew, that's good. Where'd you find it? Found it in the water just off Dazzle Beach. Must have been on Eric's ship that sank. Wait a second. It's all coming back to me now. Right after the storm, Donald and I scoured Dazzle Beach looking for anything that was on the ship. And now that I think about it, Eric was with us helping us. I remember now. So we made it out of the shipwreck. Yeah, it was all right before the forgetting. Maybe some of the other villagers will remember where he went if they saw the full statue. I kept the one piece we found and Donald has the others. I think I used mine as a paperweight. What? It's heavy and it holds down papers. It's all yours if you can find it. Somewhere in my house.
So long.
Easy enough. Alright, so now we gotta go talk to Donald about the other pieces. Like to imagine this whole time, Scar's just like, must we really? Yes. You may be a villain, but I am a hero. And I'm gonna help people out in need. Alright, let's see where Donald Duckington is. He's at Remy's restaurant. A statue of a prince? Oh yeah, I remember I kept some pieces of a statue that washed up on the beach. I gave one to Uncle Scrooge and buried mine to protect it from the forgetting. But I forgot where. Let me think. It was kind of swampy and there were flies buzzing around. Maybe it's someplace near the water in the Glade of Trust? Alright, so let's go talk to Scrooge Duckington, and then we'll go dig for some statue pieces. Ah, Gabby, you looking for a new investment opportunity? You have a piece of Eric's statue. I do. What interest is that to you? I want to buy it from you. A villager after my own heart. Just bring me a few paradots and it's yours. Alright, so I gotta find 5 of those things. Well, I'm gonna have to mine for a bit for those. Alright, so because I know that's going to be the easier thing to do, let's go ahead and dig around. Now I'll have to go mine for a bit. Okay, so he said it was near the waters. Should be a glowing spot, but we'll see what happens. Oh, yep, there it is. Easy enough. Okay, so now we gotta go mine for a bit. Luckily, the paradots are a lot more common than emeralds. Okay, Peaceful Meadow and Dazzle Beach. Alright, 4 to go. Alright, so I think that's all the mining locations for now, so check back at all the mining locations in about like 10 to 15 minutes, so see if there's any other side quests we can do in the meantime. Okay, let's see if we can check. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that one next. Okay, boil the ashes at a cooking station to extract lye. Alright, so let's go back to our house and go do that. looks like the lattice in the corner done at the very least. Okay, so now let's go bring that to Kristoff. Actually, while I'm here, I'm gonna go drop some stuff off. Alright, that'll be it. Yep, he's still at his house. Just gonna double check the Dreamlight, the Dreamlight requirement for this. 10,000. I currently have 7,900. Alright. Hey, great looking lie, Gabby. Nice work. Okay, the next ingredient we need for soap is oil. I use carrot oil. Sure, you can do that, but why not mix it up? Let's add something else. Maui has pretty great hair. We can find out what he uses. I'll ask him. Thanks.
Bye.
Alright, time to go find out what he uses for his hair. Just gonna double check he's actually at his house. Okay, cool.
Hey, kid, give me a hand. Hey, what took
Hey,
you
Gabby, what can I do for you? Maui's always at your service. Well, unless I got a thing, and I do have a lot of things. I'm helping Kristoff make soap, and I thought you might have a secret ingredient that keeps your hair so shiny. What's your routine? Well, nothing will make anyone's hair look as great as mine, but they can get close. I have 2 words for you. Coconut oil! You're welcome.
Thanks, kid.
Alright, so we need 20 carrots and 12 coconuts. I did not think they were gonna up the ante like that. I mean, I know carrots are pretty easy to grow, but I didn't think it was gonna be 20 units of it. So now I see why you need to do that side quest with Maui first, because otherwise you can't get coconuts. Probably have to wait for the coconuts to respawn if there aren't at least 4 units of it on the beach. We'll have to see. Alright, I think it's only the 2 trees on this side of the island. Then I'll go check the Peaceful Meadows to see what form I can get the carrots in, whether it's seeds or the actual carrots. Because I noticed they rotate the products out on a daily basis. And there's Santa Merlin. Alright, there's more banana trees. Okay, so there's another thing of coconut trees. Okay, so it looks like there's only 3 of them, so we're gonna have to wait until they get more coconuts. Meantime, let's go check out the carrot situation. So it looks like we can buy carrots. So I'll go ahead and get 20 units of carrots. Oh wow, those are super expensive. Oh, I think you can only buy 10 at a time. Alright, so I gotta grow the other 10 then. Alright, that gave us 200. So yeah, we gotta go grow those carrots then. Alright, then we'll go ahead and water those, and like I said before, those are a pretty quick growing crop, so that shouldn't take too long. Alright, so that's to be continued. So yeah, that requires mining. Still gotta figure out how to make that seafood platter. Alright, so let's see if I can do any more mining. Yep, looks like they respawned already, so... Round 2, ahoy! Actually, let me go ahead and switch side quests. Oh, there's a second unit of it. Nice. Oh, make that 3 thanks to Scar's assistance. Oh, we got another one. Alright, 1 to go. Alright, so we got all 5 of those, so let's go ahead and give those to Scrooge McDuckington, and we can progress that side quest. Pleasure doing business with you. Now here's what you were after, just as we discussed. Okay, tell Ariel you gathered all the statue pieces. Alright, now let's see where she spawned in at. Okay, so she's currently in the Forest of Valor. Come on. Yeah, it's pretty much one of the major downsides about this game is that, like, if you want very precise clicking, it's very touchy. You got all the pieces of Eric's statue. Oh, thank you, Gabby. Now we can repair it. Once it's fixed, could you put it on Dazzle Beach where everyone will see it? Once they do, I know they'll remember him. Someone has to know where he is. Wait, I almost forgot. You'll need the stuff Goofy gave me. He called it super glue. He says it'll make things stick together. I think humans used to do it with their hair, but you must know all about that. That's an interesting idea. Go ahead and use it all. I don't need it. I usually just use seawater. Here you go. Hope it'll be strong enough. Gotta love that off-brand super glue. Alright, so let's go fix that at a crafting station. Come on. There we go. Huh. Alright, so the statue's fixed, so let's go ahead and place it near the base of the big staircase. Alright, so let's go ahead and put it over here. Pick up the memory near the base of the statue. Oh, there it is. Looks like he made some deal with Ursula. Well, Ursula knows what's up, which likely means we'll have to increase our affinity with her in order to progress that chain of side quests. Yeah, I'll probably have to go to the other side, given we can even reach to begin with. There we go. Gabby, have you found anything else about where Eric might be? Eric told he was going to talk to someone. The memory shows him talking to Ursula. She must know something. Oh, I bet she does. That worries me. How are we going to get her to tell the truth? I'll handle it. I don't want you to be in danger. Oh, I'm not afraid of danger, but you're right. Ursula will never tell me the truth. She won't share her secrets with just anyone. You'll have to earn her trust, even her friendship if you can. Please be careful. Ursula can be very dangerous. I'll be waiting right here when you get back. Alright, so yeah, As she specified, we're going to have to increase our affinity with Ursula in order to progress that side quest chain. Yeah, she's probably, like, way down there. Alright, so we have to get her up to friendship level number 4. Now I gotta figure out where she's at is the caveat to this. Alright, where is the Sea Witch? Looks like she's currently in the Glades of Trust. Alright, game crash number 3. Well, it's taking a long time to close the software. Oh boy. Okay, that was actually a game crash. Alright, be back with that in just a minute or so. Just gonna check something in the meantime. Okay, that is food dive. I know with red food coloring, you can never tell sometimes, like, if it's actually the food dye, or if you accidentally cut yourself. So I had to double check. Alright, hopefully we didn't lose too much progress, but we'll see what happened. Oh, yep, we didn't lose any at all. Cool. Yeah, so last I left off, I was attempting to find out where Ursula was at. So, Scar's asleep. Where is she at? The Forest of Valor. Then I gotta go get a companion because I lost mine. So far, there's been more game crashes than Donald getting angry this stream, jeez. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and bring Kristoff with me for a while.
Oh, hey.
Whoa.
Alright, so apparently she was in the river somewhere around here, given she didn't teleport. Yeah, like I had a feeling she teleported. Okay, so now she's on the beach. Let's see where she ended up spawning. There we go. You can't run from me forever. What is it? Well, speak up. Mustn't lurk around, silent as a clam. It's rude. You have something to ask me, ask. How'd you learn magic? Oh, I've always had a natural talent for it. When I lived in Atlantica, I did research on magic and alchemy. And after I was banished, I experimented on anyone. I mean, anything I could find. Now, scram! Alright, so pasta, straight up pasta. Blue marsh, milkweed, and kappa maki. That's why I'm trying. I mean, as much money as I can get from them, they do give your characters a decent amount of affinity. Alright, so that's affinity level 3. Alright, one more, hopefully, and that should get her to affinity level 4, and then we can start that next side quest. Alright, nice. Alright, cool. Affinity level 4. Side quest time. Gabby, perfect. Seems the village is hiding its power. There's magic here that we can't see, and I want it. Of course, I mean I want it for the village. Talk to that woman, Mother What's-Her-Face, about the curse. She was there when it was unleashed, and I want to know what she knows. I'd do it myself, but for some ridiculous reason, she doesn't trust me. Sounds interesting. I can help. So eager. I love it. And unfortunately, I think Mother Gothel's asleep. Okay, never mind. It's just like the Kristoff situation where she wakes up when she's needed for a side quest. At least the game's fair on that front. It's like, well, yeah, if you need them for an active side quest, they will be awake for it. Plus, I can get affinity up with Mother Gothel if I want. Oh, I didn't recognize you. You look positively dreadful. I'm only teasing, dear. Now tell me what you need. I need information about the curse. Well, I might be able to help. For a favor. Without Rapunzel's magic, I'm not as spry as I should be. You wouldn't leave a poor woman in distress, would you? Information better be worth it. I promise you it is. Now bring me some food and I'll give you a bit of information. Simple enough, yes, but not any food. The other day I saw someone at the restaurant in the village eating a scrumptious-looking dish. Fish rolled up in rice. Quite a clever idea, really. Must have been a kind of sushi roll. Oh, I like that. Wonder, is the lobster roll the little rat made called sushi too? Actually, I'd love another one of those as well. Now, if I remember correctly, the lobster roll was made from lobster, wheat, lemon, butter, and garlic. But be a dear and bring me sushi and a lobster roll. Oh, make sure they're fresh. I despise anything but the freshest fish. You look a bit run down. Just teasing. So what affinity am I at with Mother Gothel's the question. So I need level 7 to get her next affinity quest.
Oh, hello, dear.
Okay, so 6. So I am caught up with her for a bit, so... Another cooking quest. Although that one seems like it'll be a little easier, but we do have to get a lobster at some point. Alright, so I'm gonna go back and see how the vegetables are doing in the garden. Alright, looks like... Well, the carrots are done for sure. And the tomatoes, and then 2 of the onions. Whoop. Yes, for the love of everything, give me the frenzy on the onions. Okay, now I should be able to get 2 side quests done then. I'll start with Elsa's. Okay, so now we gotta go bring those to her. Okay, where is she at? Over there. Well, and I know that's not the end of it either, because then there's gonna be more steps. Plus, I know I gotta bring that 5-star meal to give to Maui. Pretty sure I need lemons for more stuff beyond what I need for that side quest. Alright, in we go.
Excuse me. I need your help. Hello, my friend.
Oh, this is perfect. These ingredients should work nicely. Now to mix them together. And there it is. It's just like I remembered. You know, I'm already starting to feel a little more at home. Now, in addition to the dandelion syrup, wheat, and butter, we'll need a fish. I remember we used to make used a special fish, glittering herring, that only appeared in the Glade of Trust on rainy days. Do you think you could find one of those? Oh, and here's the dandelion syrup we made together. I'll leave it to you for safekeeping. If only I knew that while it was actually raining in game.
I knew we could talk again.
Oh well. Alright, so in the meantime, let's go make that 5-star meal for Maui, because I know we could at least get that out of the way. Okie dokie. Alright, let's go ahead and make a ranch salad. Alright, now let's go bring that to Maui. Okie dokie. So some stuff shows up on the map when it's in crashed mode, but not everything. Alright. So yeah, apparently their fix involves making the game crash or freeze even more, because like that is like an average of every half an hour now. That's pretty bad. Alright, stay tuned. So yeah, based on that logic, it's probably going to crash at least 3 or 4 more times during this session. Oh my gosh. At least I haven't lost any progress during the crash at any point so far, but not to say that I can in the future. We'll see what happens. Just gonna check some really quick. Alright. Alright, and we're back. And then he's in his house. Alright, I'm back with your fancy meal. Thanks, Gabby, that smells delicious. Okay, here comes the greatness. Give me your pickaxe. And here you go, an improved and sturdy as ever pickaxe, reinforced by me. Now it's strong enough to break through tons of stuff. Come on, Slowpoke, let's go get whatever's stuck in the storm debris I showed you.
You're welcome.
I mean, he did fix the pickaxe, so I think he has a right to say that. Alright, where are we going? Alright, we're going all the way to the other side of the beach. Forgot about that for a moment. Alright, 10 more raspberries, then we'll get that Dreamlight achievement. You see a constellation of a fishhook, that's for me. Okay, so now we gotta test it on the storm debris here. Alright, we gotta queue it up first. There we go. Alright, let's see what we got. So, what'd you find? A piece of sandstone, huh? Whoa, that made me remember something. I brought fire to Dreamlight Valley before the forgetting. There was a bowl-shaped fire source from my ocean, but I haven't seen it around here anywhere. Yeah, that's my next gift to the village. We're gonna recreate it. What do you say? Let's do it. I knew I liked you. Okay, now listen carefully. Use this piece of sandstone to make a new one. You also need some sand, rocks, coal, and red flowers, like those penstemons on the plaza. When you got all that put together at the crafting place you have, then put fire source inspired by yours truly somewhere in the village.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we need lots of sand, and then the flowers, and then we got everything else. Well, I know you can get sand from these coral bits. Oh yeah, that's a lot of sand. Heck yeah. Alright, there's a chest. Oops, wrong button. Okay, let's see what's inside this furniture pouch. Wooden plank seat. So yeah, now we can take out all the coral bits and now we don't have to take the long way around anymore. So much sand. Okay, now let's go get those flowers, then we should be able to craft the sun that Maui speaks of. Okay, so that's the flower we're going for, so we just need 2 more of those. Okay, 1 to go. Alright, sweet. Craft a granite fireball. Okay, place it in the village. Go ahead and put it right here then. Alright, so that's done, so now we'll go talk to Maui. So you should still be over there, given you didn't wander too far. Cool.
You know you want to talk to me.
Look at that! Now you got fire and an improved pickaxe. All thanks to me, Maui, demigod and hero to all. Tell your friends. Hey, let's do more deeds like this in the future. That was fun. Alright, side quest complete. Okay. So yeah, we're waiting for rain on that one. But we gotta wait for the coconuts to spawn in. That I can do at some point. I really want to figure out how to make this seafood platter. I've been trying to troubleshoot this for a bit, so I'm just gonna go ahead and consult the internet at this point. Okay. Okay, seafood platter. So you need that. Is it really that simple? Apparently you just need to get 2 things of shellfish. Not sure if it's actually that simple, but I'll find out soon enough. Gotta find some clams first. Alright. Alright, there's a unit of clams. Probably should be able to find some more if we go to the other side of the beach. Because then I can finally get all those dishes out of my inventory. Alright. Can always get more shells, so let me go ahead and test this out. Although, actually, no, it's coconuts. I need those for another side quest. First things first, I'll focus on the Moana side quest, because I've been holding on to that one the longest out of all of them. And then I'll go continue Kristoff's side quest. Alright. Go ahead and test this out. Yep, okay, it really was that simple. Okay, so now we can go ahead and bring Maui those prepared dishes and then finish out that side quest. Just gotta remember that if it rains in-game, I just gotta beeline it for the Glades of Trust to go find those fish. So, last time we saw him, he was on Dazzle Beach, so he's likely there at some point again. Like I said before, the nice part is now we can go back and forth between the two portions of Dazzle Beach, because now we got that shortcut going. Okay, looks like he's not there anymore. Yep, he went back to his house. Alright, let's give chase then.
Hey, kid, give me a hand.
Alright, there you go, dude.
Good. You're here.
Oh, hey, Gabby. Wait, am I getting a meal delivered? What's the occasion? Moana wanted you to have it. Moana wanted me to have this? Oh, this is her way of apologizing, right? She thinks she makes us up for abandoning me on that island? Well, you can tell her. It's a start.
You're welcome.
Well, he didn't say no. Oh, here's another treasure chest. Alright, let's see what's in this chest. Some coinage. Okay, let's see where Moana went. She's over in the meadows. So, what'd he say? He said it's a start. I don't blame him for being upset. He probably feels abandoned. Should give him something else. Something he can treasure. Something that screams Maui. How about an oar? Since he's got such excellent wayfinding abilities. An oar, that'd be perfect. But it'll have to be a pretty special oar. And when he has it, everyone will know he's the most experienced wayfinder in the valley. He'll like that. I'll go collect some softwood and whip something up at a crafting station. Would you? That'd be so great. Alright, time to go get crafting on that oar. Oh yeah, we didn't need hardly anything. Alright, so let's go bring that oar to Moana then.
Hello.
Whoa, that looks amazing. Maui's gonna love it. I just hope he loves it enough to forgive me. Listen as Moana gives her gift to Maui. Alright, off we go, Your Highness. Although technically I'm your majesty in this world, so I may or may not have hierarchy in this realm. Alright, cool, we got some fish. Okay, they're over there. Oh, hey, Moana. Maui, I should have told you I was coming to the valley. I was just so excited about exploring and didn't think about how it would make you feel. So, I'm sorry. And this is for you. Huh. What is this thing? It's an oar. So everyone will know you're the most experienced wayfinder in the valley. Thanks, Moana. And hey, what can I say except I forgive you. What's that shiny thing you're holding? Another gift? Oh, I forgot. We don't know what it is. I wanted to ask you about it. Hey, I remember these. They're called leader shards. Mystical thingamajigs. They show up when people are leadery. I'm surprised there's only one. Both of you should be covered in them. Yeah. There's another one. Pick it up. It's definitely for you. Leader shards. Now that I know the name, I think I remember them. They appeared when the ruler of the valley helped villagers. We used to collect them and do something with them. I'll keep thinking about it and see if I remember more. Alright, that's affinity level 5.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so that's done. Okay, let's see what we got going on for side quests. Okay, so yeah, we gotta wait until it rains. So we can continue that one now that we got enough coconuts and carrots.
Hello.
So, Maui's secret is coconuts, huh? Well, I'm happy to try it. Let me give you the lie back. Now, if you have everything we need to make soap, I'll start heating up the water.
We're gonna be very successful.
Alright, time to go craft the carrot soap. Alright. Back to the meadow to go craft. There we go. Alright, so now we go bring that to Kristoff. Actually, it looks like the plants are dried up. I'm gonna go water those first. It's nice that it actually tells you that on the map. Alright, watering can. Really don't need the onion anymore since I got that frenzy earlier, but I'll take it. Nice carrot soap, Gabby. It smells great. And the coconut really adds to it. Okay, I have to ask, why carrot? Do you really like the smell? Yeah, doesn't everyone? What could be better than carrots? Okay, time for me to try this new soap. Be back soon. You know, that felt really good. Thanks, Gabby. Hope don't smell like a cake. Glad to have helped. I hope you're really good at helping everyone around here, and I know we all appreciate it. Alright, Affinity level 6. And now his next side quest is ready. Hey, Gabby. Got kind of a strange problem. I could use some help. Tell me everything. Well, you remember that spell we did that took away my memories of Anna to help save the village? Some of my memories are starting to come back, but not many of them. And I can tell it's breaking Anna's heart. Have you ever forgotten something important? I think I forgot this valley. Oh wow, that's a pretty big thing to forget. Say, you don't remember Anna, but you remember her sister Elsa? Oh, that's funny, I do remember Elsa. But all my memories of her, like, parts of it are foggy. I know someone else who was with us, I just can't see who. Maybe you still got memories of Elsa, and she still got memories of you. She could help fill in what's missing from your memories of Anna. I'll go ask her. It's worth a try, Gabby. Thanks. Let me know if Elsa thinks of anything. Frozen memories. Every single time I leave Kristoff's house, it's like the outline of my face, and it's like those creepy CGI bloopers that you see from like Shrek 1, where it's like, oh, you could tell that was very early CGI because it looks kind of creepy. Nope, I gotta grab the pickaxe. There we go. Oh, I must have lost my companion at some point. Oh, right, because the game crashed. Alright, snowballs. Probably have Elsa go hang around me for a bit. Okie dokie.
Hello, my friend.
You're trying to restore Kristoff's memory? I was hoping to talk to you about that. Anna's so sad. I have to do something to help her. Spoke to Merlin, he suggested a spell that might help. It's not really my kind of magic, but I know you're good with spells. Though it seems like a bit of a tricky enchantment. I know we can do this. So do I. Let's get to work. We'll need to take an important memory that I share with Kristoff. Then we'll enchant the block of ice to put a memory inside. I can make the ice, but the enchantment is Dreamlight magic. You'll have to take care of that, Gabby. No problem. What do we need for the spell? We'll need some kind of water. Swamp water, to be more specific. You should check the Glade of Trust for that. Then we'll need something for the earth to focus the spell. Try mining some aquamarines. I'll be back as soon as I got everything we need. Coming with me. Okay, so we gotta get 5 more aquamarines and 3 units of swamp water. Let's go. Yeah, unfortunately, I gave a lot of my aquamarines to Ursula to gain affinity. Ooh, and then we got 500 extra Dreamlight for that. Alright. So let's go get the swamp water while we're at it. My goal by the end of the session is to get 10,000 Dreamlight so we can unlock the frosted glaciers. Because I know the Forbidden Lands are going to be a while. Because I think it requires like 15 or 20,000 Dreamlight because it's supposed to be the last area in the game. Alright, let's see if we can find that swamp water. Okay, so it'll just be units that you can pick up around the swamp. Okay, and then see if we can find the 3rd unit as soon as we take care of these night thorns. Alright, there's the 3rd unit. So then just, yeah, whatever I do, do not sell any aquamarines, just only save them up. Oh, I guess I left that unit of... What is this? Okay, it's a citrine. Your inventory's full. Alright, let me go ahead and sell stuff then. Goofy, I gotta sell stuff. Okay, let's see what I want to sell. Probably some of this fish. Yeah, she only needs the regular aquamarine, so I'll definitely go ahead and sell the rest of these. Okay. Alright, I'll go with that. Alright, so we need 1,000 more Dreamlight units, and then we'll have enough to go to the next area. Alright, so let me go back to the house and go drop stuff off, and then we'll continue. I know, that's the downside about having too many side quests, is that going at once, is that it can take up your inventory like crazy, with, especially with the required items. So we're going to check my amount of money for a bit. Although I may save up for the house upgrade so I can store more stuff in here, and I'm pretty sure that was 50k. So I know that's going to take a while. Alright, let's go ahead and drop this stuff off. Yeah, because I know snowballs is going to be an important resource going forward. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and craft some fiber out of this seaweed. And then get that out of our inventory. Nope. There it is. Alright, then we'll go ahead and reorganize our inventory. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and store the onions. Just because I know they take a long time to grow, so I don't mind selling the tomatoes, but the onions take a long time to grow, so I'm definitely saving those. Might as well take advantage of the fact that I got a frenzy off of those. Alright, so then we'll go ahead and plant this. Oh, and then that one's done now. Alright, cool. Okay, so that'll minimize our inventory. Nice. Okay, so then we gotta go mine for aquamarines. Just gonna double check where you get these again, like specifically, just so I know exactly where to mine. Okay, so the forest and the beach. So I need 5 units of these. I know we can also do Ursula's side quest, but I'm just doing this first. Well, plus I know once we do all these, we gotta wait for them to respawn. Because the likelihood I'll get all 5 of these in one go is not necessarily the highest. It's not impossible, it's just not high. Alright, so there's 1. Actually 2. Well, that's the thing, is you have to get regular aquamarines. Shiny ones don't count. Yeah, I'm gonna likely get our affinity up with Elsa while we're doing this too, so that'll work out. Gonna try to have a given person in the party at least until they get like affinity level 6 or 7, and then I'll move on to another character. Alright, so I also dropped something. There we go, cool. Alright, so there's this unit, and then we'll go check the forest. Alright, so that's affinity level 5. And that got me up to level 25. Yeah, I'll keep the gloves on. Goes with the wintry outfit. I said it was a, excuse me, I said it was a shoeless run. I didn't say it was a gloveless run. Okay, now let's go look around for the mining areas. And then if we have to wait it out, then we'll go tackle Ursula's side quest. Likely we're going to have to, because I still have to get 3 units of aquamarines. And that is going to take a bit. Well, and I know more side quests are going to open up once I get access to that area. Well, 3 isn't too bad for the first go-around. Alright, so I'll have to wait until that all respawns in. Alright, so let's go ahead and tackle this then. So we need to make sushi and lobster roll. Which I know is going to involve getting at least a unit of lobster. Beyond that, I have to figure that out. Okie dokie. Okay, sushi and lobster roll. Okay, so we need salmon, seaweed, and rice. Okay, so yeah, so I need 2 units of seaweed, and so yeah, I gotta go get some rice planted then. Alright, so I know I gotta go fish for salmon, so let's go ahead and go to the sunlit plateau. Say, Scar's sleeping, now's our chance. Okie dokie. Might as well focus on one dish type at a time. Okay, so we gotta fish for a little bit. No, that's gonna miss. No, that's also gonna miss. He's like, the angle is very specific. There we go. Let's try that rare bubble section over there. Okay, there's one. Okay, so that confirms that it's a common fish. So I'll keep that in mind going forward. See if I get seaweed out of here. Yep. Might as well go for it while I'm at it. Then I gotta get the rice planted relatively quickly. Because that may take a while if I have to plant it. Okay, so there's the 2 units of seaweed, so I just gotta get another unit of salmon, and then we should be done with fishing for the sushi. Okay, so there's another bubble area. Alright, cool. So I'll kind of try to periodically bring this up as it gets closer to the end of the year, but I mentioned on Twitter I was going to do a, now that the person I was going to watch on Twitch is confirmed they are not streaming on New Year's Eve, I'm going to stream on New Year's Eve. Also, the major reason is the fact that I'm not going to stream the following week, because that's MagFest week, so I was just going to stream 5 days that week to kind of make up for it a little bit. So I was going to do, it won't be until 11 p.m. CST like my normal time, but it'll still be around to ring in the new year. So I was thinking of like one of 4 things. It was either going to be Mario Party, an art stream, a cooking or baking stream, or a Lego building stream. I had people vote for it on Twitter, but unfortunately it ended in a 4-way tie, so I know I may leave it up to a random number generator, worst case scenario, but I may try to do another vote. I don't know. Maybe when there's more people around, I'll get people voting on that. Alright, so yeah, I gotta eat to replenish my strength really quick. Alright, cool. I don't need to know right away, because it's still half the month until that's going on. But I would strongly prefer to have that situated by Christmas. Just because there's some things I'd have to get if I were to do certain things, like Lego building. I'd have to figure out what set I'm gonna go get. The rest of it is, I mean, like, yeah, I was gonna say, like, the art's pretty easy. I already have an idea. Mario Party's already situated, and then cooking and baking, I can just kind of figure some out. The length of the streams are going to depend. Like, if it's artwork, it's going to be probably a full-on stream length, because like it usually takes me about 4 to 5 hours to do a full piece. Cooking and baking might only be like a 2 or 3 hour stream. Just depends. Alright, I was going to look for the rice. Mario Party, probably like 1 or 2 rounds of that. And then Lego building, I'd probably do it for like standard stream length if I don't get it done early. Let me double check the collection to see where you find rice. The glades, okay. Oh, it actually tells you how long it takes to grow. I didn't even realize that. So it says 30 minutes on the rice. Okay, so I know there's multiple reasons I gotta go to the glades, so let's go over there while we're at it. So yeah, that's in the works, so like I said, on the Twitter poll, it did end in a 4-way tie, so if you have a preference, let me know. But like I said, I do have to have it locked down by... probably locked down, like, by Christmas weekend, so I can have at least a week to plan that out. Alright. Alright, so, yeah, I know I need, excuse me, I know I need to at least have 1 lobster for the lobster roll, so that was getting that out of the way. Okay, so let's see what the situation is on rice, and unfortunately we have to, actually, what is that? Okay, cool, we can just buy it. Okay, so we should be able to make the sushi now, then. So let's go ahead and go back to the house and go craft that. And then I gotta figure out how to make the lobster roll, besides the lobster. So yeah, to kind of discuss that, yeah, the schedule going forward is like, the next, let me double check my calendar. Alright, so the next 3 weeks are gonna play out pretty much exactly the same, so baking in Disney Dreamlight Valley on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday would be Harvestella, and then Thursday will be Banjo-Kazooie until I finish that. And then Yoshi's Story will be what's queued up afterwards. Go ahead and drop some stuff off. Oh yeah, I was gonna... No, I need to save that seaweed. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's about it. Alright, let's go ahead and get the recipe queued up. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've made it yet. Okay, so I need rice, seaweed, and salmon specifically. Okay, so yep, we made that. Now let's figure out how to make the lobster roll. Alright, cool. 850 to go. Okay, lobster roll. Okay, so it requires 5 ingredients. It might say in the quest log. Never letting an opportunity pass up. Alright, so then just to save time, I'm just gonna go ahead and look this up. It says it requires 5 specific ingredients. I just don't want to be wrong is the problem. Alright, lobster roll. Okay, wheat, lemon, butter, and garlic. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab some of that stuff then. So yeah, that'll be the schedule for the next couple of weeks, and then in addition on New Year's week, I'll also be streaming one of those 4 things to kick off the new year, and then the following week I will not be streaming at all because I will be gone at MagFest the whole week, and then I'll be back the following week with pretty much a similar schedule. I mean, pretty much the only schedule changes going forward are pretty much just going to be whenever I beat a game. Okay, so there's lemons. So yeah, basically, I have to figure out what I'm playing after Disney Dreamlight Valley, but then, yeah, Yoshi's Story's gonna come after Banjo-Kazooie, and then Persona 5's gonna be after Harvestella. Thanks for the resub, Bane, appreciate it. Also, welcome in. Just continuing the onslaught of side quests in this game, because boy are there a lot of them. Currently making, finding ingredients to make a lobster roll. Alright, so let's see, So yeah, I grabbed the lemons already. So I need butter, garlic, and wheat. Alright, 1 dab coming up. And a stuffed animal hug coming right up. Kitty! And then, oh my gosh, you're really just, you're really getting your points out of there, jeez. Alright, jingle bells. Gosh, there we go, I really just gotta be aggressive with that. And then, slide whistle. Luckily, Zachman isn't here, so he's not gonna get nightmares. Alright, ta-da! Yeah, because, Nixie summoned the slide whistle earlier, and then, and then Zachman's like, not again! Alright, so let's go ahead and get some wheat. Why, thank you. Alright, so I'm gonna have to grow the wheat then. Hello! Oh, it's going well. I'm just progressing through side quests. kind of the main goal for this session is to be able to get to the Frosted Glacier, which requires 10,000 Dreamlights. I'm almost there, but it's taking a bit. In the meantime, just kind of doing side quests to kind of progress all that stuff while also at the same time accumulating Dreamlight. So multitasking at its finest. Because I know ultimately with the playthrough, I'd like to be able to get through all the main sections and then go talk to all the characters in the realms. Which I know one just got added with the latest update, and that's the Toy Story characters. So there's also going to be that. Because, yeah, there's two areas we haven't explored yet. There's the Frosted Glaciers over there, and the Forbidden Lands all the way off in that kind of volcanic-looking area. And I think that requires, like, 15 or 20,000 Dreamlight. So that's going to take a while. So I could at least see this being at least a couple more episodes, if not more. I don't know if I'll do all the side quests for all the characters, but I'll do as many as possible. Other than that, just having a swell old time. Alright. Alright, so yeah, I gotta go to the forest to go grab garlic. Yeah, because one thing I just discovered, it actually tells you how long certain crops take to finish. So I don't even have to guess anymore. Oh, Mickey's up, nice. Usually he's asleep, so I'm just surprised that he's awake. Alright, where are we going here? Here we go. Yeah, it grows in 23 minutes. So yeah, okra takes 2 hours. Oh my gosh. And pumpkins take 4 hours. Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare going forward. Jeez. It's kind of a come back next day kind of a thing. Surprised I haven't come across cherries yet. Slush ice. And ginger and mint. It's interesting to kind of see some of the stuff we'll be able to encounter in the final couple of regions. Including asparagus. Right. Alright, so let me go ahead and look for a garlic plant. Yeah, I'm so glad I added that laugh emote. It was like, yeah, it's kind of an essential emote for this channel to have. Once it officially gets approved, there's also going to be like a animated shaking one, so then you can just be roaring with laughter, but I have to wait for it to get approved first. Alright, so we got the garlic. The butter we can get from Remy's place. And then we're just waiting on the wheat. All of the laughter! I demand that you laugh until your sides hurt. Please don't. Okay, so yeah, the wheat's done already. It's just really that quick. Ooh, nice. Okay, so then, yeah, the butter's in Remy's restaurant, and then we'll be able to make this thing. Alright. Veggie pasta, veggie pie, and ratatouille. Well, isn't someone fancy over there? I think you're so fancy demanding some ratatouille from me? How dare you? Yeah, let's go ahead and buy some butter. There, we got about 20,000 gold. Okay, let's go ahead and make the lobster roll. Okay, the butter, the lobster, and the garlic. And then just to verify I'm doing this correctly. Okay, there we go. Okay, I guess I can't because I haven't made this yet. Alright, let's go for it. Ta-da! Okay, so now that we've given Mother Picky her stuff, we can go ahead and move on with that side quest. Yeah, it definitely looks like a chili dog. Yeah, I know recently I saw, like, the opening for Sonic and the Black Knight. I cannot believe he just gets, like, called through a magic portal and he just comes with, like, 2 chili dogs. I'm like, that's hilarious. And in true Sonic style, he catches and eats them before they get ruined, because he has priorities. Yep, exactly. Basically, their equivalent of Merlin basically summons him to go rescue the basically England, which is in peril, and then she's like, "I need help, darn it!" And then she isekais him into Britain, essentially. Heck yes. I was gonna say, I kind of didn't really have, like, any expectations going into it. I was like, oh, this just seems interesting, and I'm gonna be 100% honest, I played it because Hero was in Smash Bros. And then I was like, oh, this game seems interesting, and it definitely pulled me in very quickly with the characters and the combat and everything. Especially once it gets to Phase 2. Good gosh, without spoiling anything, it definitely gives me Ocarina of Time vibes in the best way possible. So yeah, it's a long game, but I highly recommend it. Yeah, to the point where I decided to cosplay as said character, if that is any indication. Yeah, pretty much. Well, and then, of course, because of that, I also tried out the original trilogy, and I can definitely see why those games were popular in the day, especially 3. Because, like, 3 is, like, is where it gets to be, like, a full-on adventure, because, like, 1, you could tell there were limitations based on they were trying to experiment with stuff. 2, they took the ideas and then expanded off it, and then 3, they just ran with it. Yeah, also Fire Emblem, yes, you are correct on that. Alright, yeah, so I'm just wandering around here when I should be looking for Mother Gothel. There we go. I like to assume that they're going to be in their specified location, but they aren't always there, so that's why I always double-check the map. Yeah, I know, Dragon Quest Treasures just came out with, because Eric and me are 2 of the characters in 11, so definitely want to play that at some point. I completely blanked on the fact that it was coming out this soon, so I gotta get on that. Gabby, what took you so long? I practically starved to death. At least you brought me what I wanted. Suppose I must fulfill my end of the bargain. Since the curse, I've seen a mysterious flower growing near the pillar in the swamp. As a rare flower expert, I wanted to keep it close. To protect it, of course. But it didn't really have the effect I was looking for. So here, you can have it. If you ever find a use for it, you absolutely must tell me. Alright. Alright, Ursula, I got your flower. Well, and the funny part is with the whole Fire Emblem thing, I didn't play any Fire Emblem games until Three Houses came out. That was finally the game where I was like, I'm gonna try this franchise out, and now I can see why people like the franchise. Although, to be fair, Three Houses is a pretty unique experience. That is a good question. Are we talking just the lords or any male character? Because even if it's just the Lords, that includes Sedith, Dimitri, and Claude. Okay, just the Lords. I mean, if we're going on the fact that I picked the Blue Lions first, then yes. Oh gosh, this is the hard part, because I like him and Claude equally. Yeah, I guess in terms of, like, what character I picked, it'd have to be Dimitri, but in terms of the character I like overall, I'd say Claude's probably more my favorite. But yeah, well, like, and here's the thing, I know a lot of people said that Dimitri is definitely, like, the canon ship with Violet that just seems like they had the most amount of chemistry out of anybody. Oh, you've never played Three Houses? It doesn't exactly matter which route you start with. I mean, I honestly picked the Blue Lions first, basically from a random number generator, because I was that indecisive about it. I know a lot of people initially just picked Black Eagles because, it was like the first house you could pick. I mean, I'd honestly, yeah, I was gonna say, because of the lore and then honestly the overarching story of it, I think I like the Blue Lions story the best out of the 4 routes. So I'd honestly do that one first. And it's, I don't know if it's the longest route, but it's definitely one of the longer routes. So it gives you kind of the most immersive experience with it. Nope, that's 43. Alright, I gotta find the Sea Witch. Okay, she's just at her house. Yeah, because the order I ended up doing was Blue Lions, then Black Eagles, which splits off into 2 different paths. And then the Golden Deer was last. Which I'm honestly glad I did it last, because it kind of just felt... I guess because of what happens at the end of the game, it just felt like it was the good last house to do. This flower contains power that comes from a dark place. I may just be able to use it for a little experiment I've been... Oh, you're still here! Well, thanks for your help, Angelfish. Mustn't overstay your welcome. I'll be in touch if something else comes up. Oh, and don't go helping anyone else too much. Stick with Ursula. Trust me, you want me as a friend. Alright then. Well, and, like, I have to explain this in the context of, like, this was when the game first came out, and, like, practically no one knew about what laid in wait for all these routes. So, like, I'm just explaining it in the context of this is what people picked when the game first came out. So, yeah, back then it definitely was the filler house, but then, boy, did people realize it was a good route after a while. And then, well, of course, my experience with the game was kind of unique, especially because it came out like a half a year before the lockdown happened. So well, especially with all the DLC that came out, because I played like all 4 routes, and then I did it every single time a DLC wave came out, including when the Ash and Wolves DLC came out, which was, I think was like around the middle of February, so like right before the shutdown happened in the US. So then I just naturally played all the routes again, so I think I have like 300 plus hours clocked into that game. To the point when 3 Hopes came out, I was ridiculously excited about it. I think that is the most amount of time I have put into a game, and that's saying something. Because like even Xenoblade, I'm pretty sure was only half of that. Just the characters are great, the combat's great, and... Well, of course, also I tried all the difficulties, which also added runtime. I think each route only, I think, is like a couple dozen hours. Of course, it's even less time if you skip the cutscenes and the, affinity stuff and everything. But, you miss out on a decent amount if you do. Especially if it's your first time doing a route. Alright, so then let me check what is to do for quests. Still gotta get Aquamarines. Alright. So I'll go ahead and mine for a bit then. Yeah, now that the mining units are back. Yeah, I know I try not to sway people too much with what route they should pick first, because let's just say I've said what I've told you, and let's just say I convinced like 5 or 6 people to do blue lines first, and I'm like trying to not do that. I'm just like, I just want them to pick whatever they want to do first. Don't want to feel like I'm forcing anyone to a choice. To the point where I'm pretty sure I was one of the few people that was excited that Byleth got picked for Smash Bros. Alright, there's an Aquamarine for sure. Alright, plus I got a bonus one, so 1 to go. Alright, so she's at level 6. Cool. Yeah, I know I'm obviously gonna play Harvestella with the love and care it deserves, but let's just say I've been watching a decent amount of Persona 5 Royal content lately, because, like, I've known this story for years, like, nothing's a spoiler for me, but at the same time, I've never personally experienced the game, and now that it's been ported to Switch, I finally can without buying a new console. So, I am really excited to finally jump into that game, even if it's gonna be a month or two. Oh gosh, that is the question. Which Xenoblade specifically? The first one, okay. I mean, I would say 3 houses, because if you're just, like, trying to do one route at a time, it is less of a time commitment. Whereas the, Xenoblade 1 is definitely going to be way more of a time commitment. So it just depends on your preference in that sense. Boy, did I get a lot of Aquamarines that... Oh, sure, there's the emeralds! What the heck, game? I am never not going to be salty about that. With how long it took to get emeralds. And then I get a frenzy going. Perfect, you found everything we need. Can we cast the spell now? Yes, here we go. I guess the other part of it, too, is, like, it depends on how much of in a rush you are to play the third game. Because, I mean, like, you don't have to play the first 2 games to play the third one, but there's enough stuff I noticed playing the third game, having played the first 2, where I'm like, it really added to the game's story. It didn't work. It's not your fault. I know, we did everything correctly. My memories of Kristoff must not be strong enough for the enchantment. Merlin said that this happened, that we'll need something from Anna to make it work. A special ingredient. I didn't want to involve her because I didn't want to get her hopes up, but we'll need a lock of her hair. But Anna has such pretty hair. You're right, she does. But we just need a small piece and it'll grow back. I promise you she'll be happy to do it. Fine, I'll go ask Anna. Alright, let's see where the lady's at. Oop, I need to go back. Well, then I know in terms of, like, what game to get first, I know they're the same price. Well, I know there have been occasional sales on the definitive edition of Xeno 1, so by proxy that does make it cheaper, but it's not on sale all the time, so you just have to wait for a sale in that case. Alright, where the heck is Anna at? She's all the way over in the Sunlit Plateau, oh my gosh.
Hey, you're here!
Hey Anna, I kinda got a weird thing I need to ask you for. Me and Elsa are trying to cast a spell to bring Kristoff's memories back. If it'll help Kristoff, I'll do it. We need a lock of your hair. You choose scissors, clippers, a paring knife. I think I'll stick with scissors. What I'm saying is, I'll do anything for Kristoff. Just a small piece will be enough, I promise. Okay, here goes. There, I put it in a flask for you. Pretty much. Thanks, Anna. I hope it works. Alright, there you go. Thank you, Gabby. I knew Anna would be happy to give you this. Here we go. We did it. We have a magic ice block with a memory inside. What do I do with it? Put it down somewhere and try hitting in your pickaxe to find out which memory is inside. Then show the memory to Kristoff. If the spell worked, it should bring back his memory. Okay, so he's got to put... Okay. I see how this works. It's a furniture item. Alright, there we go. Oh, I see what you mean. Got it. Wow. Nice. I'm assuming that was like gradual. Or was it one stream? Regardless, kudos, but like I think there's even more kudos if you do it in one stream. Because good gosh. All right, so there's that. Let's go talk to Kristoff. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like, don't ask me why my mind just went to like, I wonder if he did that. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought it was a decently long game, but no, that makes sense. Alright, where is Kristoff? He's at the restaurant, okay. Alright, where is he? There he is.
Hello.
You carved a memory out of a magic ice block? I have to see this. Wow, the ice sculpture. When I looked at it, I remember that Anna was frozen. I thought she was gone. I was so sad. I mean, I know any Final Fantasy game's a major undertaking. I know I gotta get on that at some point. Final Fantasy IX, Mega Man, The Last of Us, Dad of Boy, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Super Mario Odyssey, Majora's Mask, Three Houses, Sonic Mania, Skyrim. So that's your game plan, or the... Yeah, I was gonna say, is that your game plan going forward? Okay. I was like, that's... I mean, it's not a bad idea to have a game plan like that. Yeah, I know for me it's kind of just like, some of these games are taking me a while, so then I just are like, well, as long as I have the next one queued up, I'm good enough for now. Because I know Harvestella is probably going to take me at least another month or so, and then I know for a fact Persona 5 is going to be several months, and then afterwards I know, but by that point, Tears of the Kingdom might be out, so then that'll probably take up my next long game slot. And then at some point I want to play Kingdom Hearts. It's like, I just gotta have a key. Well, and of course this is not counting anything else that comes out. I'm also trying to have shorter games in there just to kind of have some variety. And then for now, I kind of got a game clearing day because I have a whole queue up from charity streams. So I definitely got my hands full. And then slowly she was back. She saved Elsa, an act of true love thawed a broken heart. I don't think I've ever been so relieved. I don't remember everything, but my feelings for Anna, they're starting to come back. Maybe feelings are more important than memories. What do you think? Your love for Anna, that's all what matters. Not all the little details. Still, I'll keep trying to remember the rest. Now that I can feel my love for Anna, I gotta remember everything. Thanks, Gabby. You really came through for me. I'm grateful, and I know Anna will be too. TT! Alright, let's see what quests are remaining. Okay, so now we can do his next side quest.
Hi.
Hey, Gabby, do you have a minute? Yeah, of course. Thanks. I could use some advice. I went foraging earlier, and I'll have these extra materials. Some softwood, sand, and some good carving stone. What do you think I should do with it all? You could almost start a stall with all this. Wait, you should start a stall. Now, I guess I do have experience selling things. Ice. I used to sell ice. But harvesting and selling ice seems pretty different from taking care of a stall. I'll need some guidance. I could ask Goofy for advice on how to build your own stall. He's always happy to help. Funny you mentioned Goofy. The other day we were fishing next to each other. Everything was calm, relaxing. Next thing I know, he sneezes, manages to hit me in the head with his fishing rod, and pushes me into the pond. Definitely not who I want to go for fishing advice, but he does run a pretty good stall. I'd be happy to ask you for him, just avoid any potential new head injuries.
I really appreciate it.
Village Project, a Mountains Man Stall. Well, plus I know there's, or no, actually that's this year, because I was gonna bet, because I know it's like, I was thinking like, oh yeah, there's the 10th year anniversary of Xenoblade 1 being in the US, but that was 2012, so this would have been its 10-year anniversary. Alright, thanks for tuning in, Vane, have a good night. Howdy, Gabby. Sure happy to see ya. How can I help? Kristoff wants to open a stall. What does it take? Gosh, Kristoff's gonna have his own stall, huh? That's great. Between you and me, he's a real clumsy fisherman, so I'm glad he doesn't want to do that professionally. Pretty sure you got what he needs. There are parts for my first stall, but you'll have to repair it. You'll need rock-solid stone for a good foundation, some softwood and hardwood for the frame, and iron ingots so everything can be held together by nails. Good luck putting it together. Alright, so let's go ahead and queue that side quest up. Okay, so we gotta get 10 iron ingots. Because I must have used them up for something else. Oh, right, no, I have to craft those, never mind. Alright, so let's go ahead and craft these. Okay, so that's 7. So I need 15 units of iron ore, which I know I can get them in the forest, so I'll start with that. I'll kind of see where I'm at around the 5-hour mark, because that's probably when I'm going to start to wanting to prioritize getting Dreamlight, so that I can, at the bare minimum, at least unlock the Frosted Glacier, even if I don't do much. Yeah, that was a good rush session. Nice. Alright, so I gotta get 15 units of iron ore. Might as well get this treasure chest while I'm at it. Okay, I got some money. Pickaxe. Alright, I'm gonna need some blueberries to freshen up Okay, so I need 13 more units. So let's see what happens. Might be able to get it elsewhere, I just know you can for sure get iron ingots in the forest. Oh, there's a piece I completely missed. Got an aquamarine too, nice. Alright, 4 down, 11 to go. I know you can also get some in the Glades of Trust, so I'll go check there out that area out next. Okay, I need 10 more units. Of course, now I gotta start checking the other half, because now I can go explore this area. There's gotta be at least 1 or 2 mining sections over here. Probably. Oh, there's Nightthorn all the way in the corner. Nice. Because I know you get... Oh, here we go. Here's a unit. Okay, 8 to go. Alright, then here's another mining section. Okay, I think that's all the mining sections we can do, so let's go ahead and warp over to the Glades. Alright, cool. Alright. Okay, I need 6 more. Make that 5. Thanks, Elsa. There's another emerald. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I need 2 more iron core things and I'm good. Alright, so that should be enough then. Cool beans. Okay, so now let's go talk to Kristoff. He's probably still at the restaurant. Yep. Great, we got everything we need to craft my new stall. Thanks, Gabby. I guess now we just have to, we'll just have to construct the stall and place it in the village. I'll let you decide where. It's your valley, after all.
See ya.
Alright, time to go craft the stall. Feel like I have to emphasize craft, because otherwise it just sounds like crap. Gonna go... Although that is kind of another way of saying that. I'm gonna go crap the stall out. Alright. Okay, so let's see where we want to put this thing. Well, might as well put it next to Goofy stall just to stay consistent. Alright, let's go ahead and put that down. Alright, ta-da! Alright, let's go talk to Kristoff.
Hi.
Okay, I have a stall, so I guess I'm a shopkeeper now. Or stall keeper. Nah, I'll ask Anna. Anyway, come by the stall whenever you need something. I'm gonna sell softwood, stones, and sand. I wasn't sure about this at first, but I think it's gonna be great. Thanks, Gabby. Alright, side quest complete. And then we can't do else until it rains. Alright, now let's go to Goofy's stall and go sell stuff so we can reorganize our inventory. So you'll probably be able to expand it once you do side quests, but that's probably about it. Alright, let's see what I want to sell. Definitely keep the onyx. Alright, I'll go ahead and keep the rest of it. Alright, let's go ahead and drop the stuff off. Okay, so we got 26,000 gold. And we need about 350 more Dreamlight in order to be able to go to the Frosted Glacier. Okay, so looks like I can add rooms, so I'll probably do that first. Oh. Okay, so that fully fills out the second floor. That got me some Dreamlight. Cool. Alright, so I got 17,000 gold to spend on stuff, so let's see what I can do. Probably try to upgrade the garden and the fishing hut. Well, actually, then again, if I am about to get this Frosted Glacier, I might want to save it for that stall. So I'll go ahead and save my money then. Okay, so I need 250 Dreamlight. Might as well get that one out of the park really quick. By taking a photo. Okay, that one's done. Okay, have a daily discussion and pick 3 mushrooms. I'll go with that. Unless this... Actually, that'll work. Alright, so that's 10,000 Dreamlight, so now we can go to the Frosted Glacier. So after this, there will be one area left to explore, and of course that one's going to take the most amount of Dreamlight, because that's supposed to be the final section of the valley. So yeah, there'll be that, and then also talking to Woody and Buzz, given they don't add another update to the game before I'm done with my playthrough. Alright, let's check out the Frosted Glacier then. Gabby, I don't believe you visited the Frosted Heights yet. It's a biome in the valley that's unfortunately blocked by night thorns. But once you clear these away, be sure to visit. Oh, that's good news indeed! You may now visit the Frosted Heights. Alright. So now, just in time for winter, because that's coming in about a week in the Northern Hemisphere, we can now check out the Frosted Glacier. And freeze our legs off. Alright, so we got a clothes bag. See what we got. Pink knitted winter gloves. Alright, so let's go ahead and open the stall. Yeah, I knew it was going to cost a decent amount of money, so I'm glad I waited. Alright, so that at least gets the stall situated. Then let's go unlock the well before we spend any money on upgrades. Okay, so here's cherry trees. Yeah, there's a lot of night thorns here. Okay, let's go ahead and unlock the well. 10,000! Yep, I am really glad I saved my money. So now I can teleport here, so that's nice. Cool. And then likely... Actually, let me double check that really quick. I was gonna see how much it costs. Okay, so that's mint, I'm assuming. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot to do now that we've explored this new region. Plus, we'll have to see what new character we get here. Alright, so I'm just going to check to see what this upgrade is. 10,000, so yeah, don't come back until I get 10,000 gold. Yep, now we got Dreamlight for harvesting cherries. Oh, there's a letter. Loneliness is safe. If I'm alone, then no one can ever leave me again. Alright, then these are... Oh! Gooseberries. Get a whole frenzy off of those, darn. Alright, then we got an additional 500 Dreamlight off that. Nice. Alright, so there's the next pillar. We have to figure out what to do with it. Alright, so that brings us up to affinity level 7. One more for the ice throne. Then we get gold nuggets here. Okay, so then we have to get an upgrade in order to explore the other half of the forest. We can at least do this half. Okay, then we got another clothing bag. A red winter hat. Alright, so there's Merlin.
Oh, and
Yes, yes, there you are, good.
thank you.
So yeah, we can't get to either portion of that yet. So we may not be able to do much else here. For now, unless Merlin has some objective for us at some point. Then it looks like you can get salmon here as well. Because I know I'm trying to grab some of these flowers, because then you can craft more things once you discover them. So yeah, basically any side quests that were waiting on that are now available. Alright, let me go ahead and... So yeah, now we can plant and buy cucumbers. And then we got asparagus seeds. Okay, so yeah, there's the second half of that whole region, which I doubt we're able to get there from the forest, but I'll double check. It'll likely be blocked off. So yeah, here's the way up there, but yeah, it is blocked off from all sides. So yeah, we can't get up there right now. Alright, so that area will come in clutch later, just not yet. So in the meantime, I'm gonna try to get affinity up with other characters, because the only quest I have available is else's, and we're waiting for it to rain. Alright, let me go ahead and plant that asparagus. Alright, so Mickey's awake, so I'm gonna try to get affinity up with him for a bit.
I wonder what sort of special ingredients grow here.
Given he didn't leave. Alright, so yeah, we gotta find Stitch at some point, which that's in the works. We haven't found Eric yet. And then, yeah, Minnie's still gone, and then we got Woody and Buzz at some point. Apparently you can make fruitcake. So yeah, it doesn't look like he's at the restaurant right now. Okay, so Remy's at level 7. Okay, so Anna to level 7. So yeah, we can't do anything else with Ariel until we rescue Minnie, so that's in the works. Progress further with Mickey. So we gotta get Mickey up to level 8. So yeah, I'll go prioritize that now. Just gotta find him first, is the caveat. Yep, he's out and about now.
Hi.
Okay, so he's at like 6.5. Nick, you're really famous, aren't you? You think so? Gosh, I just like getting to do fun stuff and making friends. What's your favorite part about being famous? It's not about being famous. I'm just super lucky I get to do the stuff I love that makes folks happy. There's nothing like putting a smile on somebody's face. Alright, let's go. Yeah, like, this is likely going to take a while. Let's go ahead and grab the fishing haul. Looks like you can get some bonus from giving him coconuts, so I'll go ahead and grab the coconuts. Oh yeah, that got him up to level 7, nice. Alright, so yeah, he's foraging. Ooh, you get a cool bed out of level 8. Start making some slow progress into getting that last area unlocked. Alright, there we go. Okay, so red bromeliad. Let's see where that's at. Festive fish, oh my gosh. So it looks like they're in the sunlit plateau. Let's go ahead and warp over there. So I'll probably go for at least another half an hour and then see where I'm at. Alright, so it's a red flower, so that's what I gotta look for. Might as well speed the process up in any way possible. Oh, there's 43. Donald, calm down, jeez. Oh, frenzy. Okay, so I'm about 7.5 with him. We got a memory. Alright, I have an idea in terms of how to speed this process up, and it involves going to the mines. This will likely be the last thing I do in this session. Is getting affinity up with Mickey to level 8 and then getting as far in his side quest as possible. I've definitely noticed that Onyx is showing up a lot more frequently now. Alright, so that got me up to level 26. Okay. Alright, so that's level 8 then. Cool. Gabby, I got an idea for how we can bring Minnie back for good. Can you help me? Sure, what do you need? Thanks, Gabby. According to Merlin, Minnie's bow has enough memories to bring her back. The thing is, we have to do to stop her from disappearing again. So Merlin invented something new. It's called the Dreamlight magnifier. We can build it ourselves. We just need some materials. A few tinkering parts, some wood, and an emerald. And of course, Minnie's bow, which I got right here. Why did I have to sell it? Gosh darn it. Thought we were done with the emeralds. Apparently we're never done with the emeralds. Wouldn't be so bad if they weren't so rare. Because, I mean, you guys just saw in that mining session that rubies and sapphires are very easy to obtain in comparison. Okay, so we need to craft tinkering parts. So we need 6 tinkering parts. So we need iron ingots. So I gotta go ahead and mine for iron ore then. Which we also gotta go over there for the emeralds anyway, so kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, so then let's go check this area out. Okay, so we got the emerald, so then now I definitely have way more motivation to grab iron ore. I mean, I knew one wasn't going to be terrible, it was the fact that some of those side quests required like 5 of them. That was the ridiculous part of that. But luckily that one only requires 1. And we got a memory. Okay, so we got a Monsters Inc. fragment. I mean, that's an indication we're eventually gonna get Monsters Inc. characters. Actually, that does bring up a good point. Okay, Old Ruler Diaries. So Wally, Moana, Ratatouille, Beat. So yeah, this is like all the ones that like we have memories for. It implies we'll get the characters eventually. So let's see, Beauty and the Beast, Wreck-It Ralph, Cinderella, Monsters Inc. Yeah, because I mean this foreshadowed us getting Toy Story. So yeah, we're getting those characters eventually, just not yet. My gosh, 2 units of emeralds, of course, when I don't need them for a side quest. Which is why I'm probably going to save the other unit. Not even remotely joking with how rare those things tend to be. Oh. Alright, so now let's go craft some tinkering parts and they'll be able to progress through this side quest. Okay, now we can craft the Dreamlight magnifier. It's done! Hot dog, let's find Minnie to see if it works. Alright, so now let's go ahead and check the map out. Okay, so she's in the plaza. Minnie, you stopped disappearing. The magnifier's working. You're right, I'm here. Goodness, I'm sleepy. I don't feel quite like myself. It's almost like I'm missing an anchor, something to bring me back for good. Hell, I feel like I've been wandering for ages. I've never been so tired. If only I could lie down. Where's I think I had a house? With a bed in it. A soft bed. Do you think you could bring back my house? Gosh, Minnie looks so tired. We need to get her house back. But it disappeared a while ago. See, I bet you could use your magic to bring Minnie's house back. It's a cute pink house with heart shapes in the windows. Alright, let's see where I want to put Minnie's house. Probably over here. Alright, let's see how much this costs. Alright, 5,000, nice. Alright, so apparently she's been brought back. Okay, so she's actually in the middle of the plaza. Alright, you're back in the flesh. Thank you for bringing my house back. I feel much more awake now. But my head's still a little bit muddled. Are you Mickey? No, I'm Gabby. Oh, it's lovely to meet you, Gabby, but I really must find Mickey. I wondered for so long, and all I remember is that I was looking for Mickey. It was very important that I find him. Don't worry, he's here, and I gotta talk to him. We got Minnie back, but she doesn't know where she is, or who she is. I'll spend time with her, see if I can jog her memory. Maybe I'll talk to Merlin, too. He might know why she's forgotten things. Thanks for all your help, Gabby. You're a really good friend. Seem to like bows a lot. I just love bows. They're my favorite accessory. And there's so many kinds. Butterfly bows, button bows, ribbon bows. I like small, elegant bows. Me too. My favorite small bows are a pair of little navy blue bows. I also have some gold ones that wear in my black shoes. There, then I can bring her on stuff. Alright, now she's got a side quest. Oh, Gabby, I'm so glad to see you. Isn't this a charming village? I'd love to pick some of the beautiful flowers. Would you like to do that with me? I'd love to help. Wonderful. I saw lovely blue flowers in the forest. Let's go pick some together. I might even give them to that charming Mickey. Or maybe I shouldn't. No, I'm so embarrassed that I don't remember him.
Thank you.
Okay, so now Donald has a side quest that I can start up. Alright, well, okay, there he is, so yeah, I might as well initiate that side quest, too. Hey, I've been asking around the village about that time capsule we found. Do you have time to help? Of course. What did you learn? He couldn't open it because Merlin enchanted it. I gave it to him, and he's gonna try to remember how to open it. I'll go talk to Merlin and see if he's figured anything out. Pick blue star lilies. heard you might know how to open the time capsule that Donald and I dug up. I ought to know how to open it. I'm the one who enchanted it after all. Perfect. So what's inside? Now hold on, just because I know how to open it doesn't mean I'm going to go to all that trouble myself. But I'd be happy to tell you how to do it. I found all the details in one of my journals. You see, the time capsule is under an odorous magnificence enchantment. Odorous magnificus. The time capsule only open if it's presented with precisely the right scent. Quite ingenious if I do say so myself. The right scent, huh? Hope it's a good one. Take this recipe and find out. It is everything you need to produce just the right fragrance. Once you have this mixed together, come see me and we'll open the time capsule.
Thank you.
question is, where's the last unit of it? Probably have to wait until more spawn in. Alright, so now I have enough money to get the stall upgrade, so I'll go ahead and do that really quick. Alright, then now we can buy an eggplant and get eggplant seeds. Okay, and then I need 20,000 for that upgrade.
Thank you kindly.
So it looks like a decent amount of these require the Frosted Heights, but none of them require the Forbidden Lands yet. Alright, I think that's what we're going to call it then. Alright, thanks for tuning into the stream. I was able to successfully make those cookies and then get some progress done on the game, so that'll wrap up today. In terms of the rest of the week, tomorrow and Friday I'm going to be playing more Harvestella, and then Thursday I'm going to be continuing Banjo-Kazooie. And that wraps up the announcement, so thanks for tuning into the stream, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Harvestella. Have a good night, guys. Bye.